but I have not actually seen Sarah yet.
Oh, okay. I don't know that yet.
She's up to don't even see in sorry, yeah. No. Well, and it's like every
There was one last year. I just got one on it. Yeah, I was like, hey, how are you?
no, I do not.
Yeah. Andrew and Sarah.
Andrew, hi. Andrew at
College of Idaho.
College of Idaho.
We sound like a state school, but we're liberal.
I'm sure I've seen you.
Tom has started. Maybe. Yeah, so I probably. You know,
There's the microphone. Podium. There's a podium.
He might have been. Yeah, I do not remember. He might have come up there
You can keep talking, it's okay. Good morning. You're supposed to stay back, you know. Good morning. Good morning. Is this working? All right, I have to do something to it. Volume. Oh. Does that make a difference? Does this make a difference? I think I can do this all right. Everybody hear me? All right? No. All right, so we do have to get this good. No. Does that work?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Steve Blaze. I'm the co-director of the Gail Boyd Day School and Ski Center for Music Theory, Pedagogy, and Analysis, which underwrites this wonderful event. I welcome you to the fifth national meeting, the Pedagogy into Practice. This is something that we've been thinking about for the last decade or so, and we put it into practice every third year. None of us would be here if it weren't for the Gail Boyd Day School Center. It's a beloved, dedicated, and modeled instructor here at the University of Oklahoma at Norman. Plus, at the time, there were 3 graduate students. Michael Rogers, whose Pedagogy of Music Theory book is well known and excellent. Alice Lanning, who oversaw all of the small things that turned out to be very big things. And my very close friend, Jim Faulkner, who served as director of the center for decades. Jim is on his way here, and I would like him to stand when he does arrive, because he served as director for decades, actually. This enterprise began in a very small office building, office in this very building, from which ideas emerged, including the vision to develop a journal, modest in the beginning and quite circulated today around the world, read by thousands of music students and instructors. Further, over the past decade, a vast array of pedagogical sources have been published, each dedicated to music theory pedagogy. And our regularly published theory journals now often contain pedagogical tools that are powerful and which allow instructors to apply the most current and sophisticated theoretical and pedagogical tools. Such dissemination opens the world to musicians who now, I like to see in all areas of music, as powerful and elegant ways of understanding and performing music. I would like to thank Jeff Swinton and his team for local arrangements. He's worked hard on this for the better part of a year. We have this every third year, and so it takes a long time and a city to have this vision of setting things up. I want to thank you. For the next few days, there will be remarkable presentations, keynote addresses, poster sessions, special guests, and a deep dive into new and exciting waters of teaching strategies, repertoire, and theoretical and analytical tools and techniques presented by dozens of experts in the field, as well as rising scholars and pedagogues who may still be in school working on the dissertation. And there will be time for you to connect with friends and to spend time with new acquaintances. Together, new and old friends click and discuss similar interests, making music theory and analysis more powerful, effective, and applicable to what so many music students do after graduation, which is to perform, compose, and teach, and often all three areas at once. Indeed, the goal of the music theory teacher is to open the minds of music students to see that theory, analysis, history, musical skills, and many other components are crucial and worthy of students' full attention. From the most basic rudiments to species counterpoint, the backbone of tonal music, to the counterpoint of Elliott Carter, to modulation in the late 19th century, Schoenberg, combinatoriality, and music since 2000, such as the sonic world of Tandem, and a host of young composers, such as Carolyn Shaw, who just won the Pulitzer Prize. And ultimately, in my opinion, by embracing these elements, our job is to motivate students becomes ever easier because of students having this background. We want today music theory instructors writ large to focus on musical practice by invoking a sturdy program of theory and analysis, history, musicianship, performance practice. The list is too long to follow through. We must enhance the ways so that many students think about music and to teach them how to apply these elements in preparing performances, able to invoke what they have learned in the classroom, and to make performative interpretations drawn from analysis, and in turn, they will develop even more powerful tools to share with the younger generation of teachers that they will be teaching. We are here in large measure to find new techniques to engage and empower students so they can learn by themselves, and most importantly, so they can develop a sense of curiosity, a passion to learn, and to depend upon their musical intuitions, able to explain their musical decisions in analysis, performance, and composition. Why? Because they might be excited enough to share their ideas and ultimately to enter the performing and teaching world. I have three small points to make. First, as teachers, we have numerous tasks to make clear that analysis is creative, that, for example, it reveals later 17th to late 19th century music as a linear process of ideas, motives, all of which are generated from counterpoint. The days of limiting analysis to stacking thirds and pasting Roman numerals are dwindling. We must make clear that music theory and analysis are powerful enough to create or even allow for performance choices, to show how analysis explains unusual events, to discover hidden motives below the surface of pieces, and to provide significant alternative musical interpretations. Number two, we must consider what musicians did over the centuries. They composed. They studied music written by others. They improvised. They sang. They heard arpeggiated chords on a clarinet and realized that taken together they form a chord progression that supports motivic development. That is, composers, improvisers, keyboardists, theorists, analysis, and all performers result in one powerful musician. We must develop and distill a musical curriculum that is rich in repertoire. Indeed, there are a few things that are as exciting as encountering levels of structure or hidden repetitions of significant cells that have blossomed and themselves, importantly, you can project in performance. A passion to learn and to depend on their musical intuitions in performance. Number three, they will learn how to develop a trajectory in their practicing, finding elements that occur at various levels of structure. They will be encouraged to describe or even explain their musical decisions in analysis, performance, and composition. You are now in the midst of 3 intense days during which you will grow. The gift of learning and sharing ideas that you will master and use for years to come, and the lasting relationships with colleagues you have met. I truly hope that you enjoy these days and that you are refreshed and excited about making a difference. Has Jim come in by any chance? James Faulkner. James Faulkner, I need to say a few things about you, sir. Is that going to be okay with you? All right. I'm going to be really nice. Jim Faulkner is my hero and has been for several decades. I already said nice things about you, but I can say a few additional things. He's incredibly creative. He's highly musical. He works with young children in developing their ideas. Math and music is something that is hugely important in your life and for which I have tremendous respect. He is, I think, really creative. He's able to support these new initiatives and work. You're still putting in 80-hour weeks, which is kind of amazing to me. I want to thank you for making the long drive coming out here. I want people to, well, I'd like Jim to stand up so that people can see you, and I'd like to give him a very warm applause.
Just another moment. We're moving back to God's country here, and I realized yesterday that I have one of the only Gail East-Lewinsky absolutely offhand paintings. And of course, I can't get it in the house, but I just thought you might like to see that it was considerable talent. And you should. I mean, I'm sure. So I want to say that when you stand in front of place, it comes true.
Jim, thank you for coming. Well, it's always my pleasure to do so. Now I'd like to introduce the co-director of the Day-Spolinsky Center, Professor Jennifer Snodgrass, Academic Director in the School of Music at Lipscomb University. Please welcome Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Steve. So good to see you, Jim. There you are. So glad you're here. I'm so excited to be looking out at this group right now as we begin this conference. So many friends and colleagues who've impacted my own journey as a music theorist and who always inspire me to do better every single day in my own classroom. This is a group that is curious, passionate, relentlessly patient, and so musical, who want to serve their students even better and who are willing to spend these precious days this summer at a non-stop intensive retreat here in Norman. This is the place where the JMTP began and where the Spolinsky Center began, with great scholars such as Michael Rogers, Alice Lanning, and Jim Faulkner. A couple of announcements. When you are presenting today, make sure you plug in HDMI and then your sound. Okay, so we're going to start with that. We do have tech support throughout the building. Parking has been opened in A5, which is directly behind the music building. The gate should be open. Is it open? If it's not, hit the buzzer and they'll buzz you in. So I know parking was an issue this morning. Shuttles are leaving at 7:30 every single morning and returning back after the dinner tonight, as well as the sessions on Friday and Saturday. So I wish to thank all the members of the OU community, specifically Jeff Swinken, Vivian Long, Guido Lopez, Correa, and Jambar, who have been involved with me for the past 18 months in every aspect of the planning. I would like to thank Jennifer England, our chair of the program committee, who worked to help design and create an amazing program, answered every single question throughout the process. Thank you, Jennifer. Our members of the program Committee, Janine Brown, Richard Desenor, Scott Durst, David Geary, Ann Nyker, Olga Sanchez-Kiswatsky, and Akira Sato, all who helped to create the program here. The Journal of Music Theory Pedagogy is now in its 37th volume, is the flagship publication for the field. Over 30,000 downloads have been processed this year alone of the journal. That didn't happen before. Our readership is way up in articles, reviews, resources, initiatives in the works, because I mentioned true pedagogues are never content, but rather we're always searching to do better in our jobs. And that's what the premise about this conference has been about since we dreamed of it here in May of 2010. Conversations about what is happening in our classrooms, cutting-edge scholarship, all at the forefront as we have the difficult conversations on changes in curriculum, issues in academia, and how best to integrate technology. I welcome you here to have these incredible dialogues with some of the leaders in the field, while also welcoming the newest scholars in the field, our students. If you are an undergraduate or a graduate student, would you stand? I'd like to welcome Jennifer to the stage, an excellent pedagogue and a passionate teacher. She's led the charge for the development of the program. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here with everybody for this conference. Now that my job is done and I get to just watch all of your wonderful faces. I also want to echo thanks to the fabulous program committee who gave many hours to reading all of the proposals, discussing and debating the final decisions, and providing insight and recommendations throughout the process. Without these people, this program would simply not have been possible. And to those of you who made all of those decisions so difficult, thank you for the time spent putting together such a wonderful field of proposals as well. Our overall acceptance rate across all proposals was 78%. Our total number of proposals was a little bit down from 2022's conference, but we noted that there was a really high number of multi-author proposals this year, as well as having proposals in every possible category that the conference offers, which was really fun. Our acceptance rates were highest for panels, papers, and posters. I will note this data includes proposals that were ultimately accepted as a different format in the column where they were accepted, so it's a little bit skewed that way. Mostly this happened with posters where another proposal format was ultimately accepted as a poster. Our online submission form allowed authors to also indicate rank with options for faculty, graduate student, undergraduate student, independent scholar, and retired faculty member available. We're very pleased to see such high acceptance rates for graduate students and to also have undergraduate students submitting as well. Faculty presentations do represent an overall majority still, but we're really thrilled to see such an investment, innovation, and deep thinking about pedagogy from the people who already are and are going to continue to shape the next generation of music theory. If I may add, as someone who was a student not horribly long ago, to the students that are here, I hope you find this conference as truly remarkable as I did the first time that I attended. Encourage you to make conversations with anyone and everyone, ask the questions, share your ideas, and otherwise just enjoy the very unique experience that this particular conference offers. We also offered an option on submission form for authors to submit information regarding their race or ethnic identities as well as gender identity. This was the first time we collected this information within the proposal submission. These questions were deliberately left open-ended, which necessarily resulted in some slightly messy data, and also slightly more no-response answers here than the other questions. In these two graphs, we've condensed some categories. This is in order to either clarify some elements of the data or, more importantly, to avoid presenting personal information in a way that would be potentially identifiable. All of the words or terms that were originally used by authors to report their identities are included in the title for each column. Scholars who identified with more than one race, ethnic, or gender identity were duplicated in each category wherein they chose to self-identify. We recognize that this is by no means a perfect way of displaying and presenting this data, and also that there are ways to improve data collection in the future. In matters of rank, race, and gender identities, one key element we will seek to improve in future is providing a better way for those multi-author presentations to answer these questions. which was a weakness of the setup that we used this year. We aim to improve that for next time and to continue developing ways to make our conference both inclusive and diverse. I think you will find as you look through your program schedule that the topics, approaches, and ideas that will be discussed and presented over these next 3 days represent a wide variety of opportunities for learning and questioning. On behalf of the program committee, we hope you will find ideas worth pondering and acting upon, thought-provoking challenges that will promote both growth and exploration, and much inspiration for your future endeavors. Thank you.
right? Actually did it for the Texas.
Unless they're really, really close. That's fine. We're here at 3.
Hello, everybody, and good morning. Welcome. It's great to see everyone here. This is going to be a fabulous session on reconciling pedagogy and identity. I will just quickly introduce our first speakers. Sorry, my name is Tim Chenette. But our speakers are these two. Paul Miller is an assistant professor of musicianship at Duquesne University. He earned a PhD in music theory from the Eastman School of Music, a master's in viola performance from Eastman, and a bachelor's degree from Vassar College. Tristan Mukherjee is a student at Duquesne University pursuing a degree in music performance with a concentration in vocal performance. And they will be talking about the topic, understanding music theory pedagogy and the Muslim student. So join me in welcoming our speakers.
Thank you so much. I'd like to start with a few words about us as presenters and as people. I'm from originally West Bengal, and I can tell you that in my culture we are lifelong enamored with education, and I think in my very young life, I've spent a lot of time in pursuit to enlarging my vocabulary of so many different facets of life, so many skills, so many means of education. And I've also found in my young life that all of these facets of education intersect with each other in some way or another. When we learn about our spirituality, when we learn about the higher education that we pursue, when we learn something from a conversation with somebody across the street. All of these different interactions and experiences, the way that we internalize them, they all contribute to an entanglement of enlightenment. And I find that to be beautiful, and I find myself in a lifelong pursuit of that. So you will find in this presentation the intersection of something as beautiful as Islam and something as equally beautiful as music. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I mean, this whole project came about because Tristan was in my class, and I thought I have never had a student that I knew was Muslim, and what do? I have to do something. And I'm a native of New York. I grew up in the Hudson Valley, and classically trained musician. I have a sort of vague Christian association, but was also enlarged by my work with Stockhausen in Germany for many years. And I'm a professor, so as a teacher, I had to adjust what I did, and it was awesome. So this presentation is a lot about that. So Tristan's going to start off here. So here you go.
So when we talk about the demographics that we are working with, I believe that the pedagogical world is ever so changing, and changing rapidly now more than ever. If we look at the statistics here, this is not entailing Muslim students' population, but Muslims around the world. And we are the fastest growing religion on this earth at the moment, and I do believe that that impacts higher education quite a bit. So, we're kind of just providing a little bit of insight because I do realize that the topic of Islam and music pedagogy is quite a niche topic, and probably not one that you would expect to hear at a conference. But speaking of my own personal experience, I can tell you how much it means to me that Dr. Miller altered and was curious and was fascinated by an experience with a student that he had not had in the past. And I anticipate that happening to many more educators in this country as well. And I know that all of you are very, very excited to meet new faces and be immersed in new cultures. So hopefully, with the provided perspective today, that can help gear you towards the right direction when approaching, if you ever come across. And if not, it's just nice to know. So when we talk about the basic accommodations needed by Muslims, I will start off by saying that these accommodations are kind of just students coming over to the Western pedagogical environment with their respective cultures. And so these accommodations are really just cultural normalities from where these students come from. So I like to think of it as an intersection, bringing Eastern culture and practices and having them blend in with whatever we pursue in the West. And some of these accommodations may entail prayer times, which in Muslim majority countries it is very common to just wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and head over to the local mosque and pray alongside your friends and families and do it every day. And it's just a cultural normalcy. So when we come over to the West, this part of our lives as Muslims is still integral and still should be respected. It is to be known that these times do depend on a celestial calendar. And so they're not fixated, and they change in variancy depending on the season, the sun's position, the moon's position, etc. So there are a lot of time-affiliated accommodations that are needed by students. Dress codes for modesty, gender segregation in some circumstances, depending on the nature of the performance or what have you. I will say that a lot of these accommodations don't apply to every Muslim that you encounter. Islam is a spectrum, and it's all dependent on people's comfort. So I think a level of communication is important with a foundational basis of understanding of what most Muslims do practice on a day-to-day basis. Yeah. When we talk about classical music background and culture, Islamic music is vastly historical, and I have learned this alongside Dr. Miller in the last few months of preparing such. It is only expected that we have very ancient ties with music theory because of how well retained our culture and educational sources are. There is kind of a back and forth situation with, or a conversation I should say, with the Islamic community on the basis of music. As I mentioned before, it is a spectrum, so you won't encounter obviously music students who are Islamic who don't approve of music being a part of their lives. But there is also a part of that spectrum where there will be Muslims pursuing music pedagogy, but we have to be mindful of what kind of music that entails. For example, in my time at Duquesne University, which is a Catholic university, most of our repertoire includes hymns and particularly secular music, sacred music, that dates back to Christianity. And so, depending on the affiliation of the music, and that goes for pop music today too, I would say, like staying away from profanity and the topic of what the music may entail is very important. So considering what type of music you're putting into your curriculums, it is great to have sacred music and secular music, and some folks may take part in that, and that's wonderful. But it is important to have these conversations beforehand, especially when there is reliance on grades tied to these musics. It's important to have these conversations to make sure that nobody suffers academically or religiously. Some types of Islamic music. This is my favorite slide. I have a very, very spiritual relationship with music, and you will find that in certain parts of the world, Islam reflects that spiritual relationship with music as well. I am personally a Sufi Muslim, as one might regard, and Sufism is particularly practiced in South Asia and is heavily reliant on musical expression. We do in fact use music as a spiritual extension of ourselves. And a lot of it comes from the heart. I will be honest, it is not always, Islamic music especially is not something to be necessarily theoretically analyzed. It is something that is very purely soul. And then there are elements of very ancient music theory elements that really just make it so fascinating, especially Islamic or Arabian instrumentation. So some of the jazz, some of the genres that we include is Sufi music, which by extension is Qawwali. Qawwali is basically a gathering of many musicians with instruments of all types, including tablas, sitars, harmoniums, etc. And basically it's a magical experience where musicians sing from their heart in the traditional Middle Eastern technique, and it is about spreading love of Islam, which directly translates to of peace. So a lot of our genres will, in an encompassed statement, summarize to peaceful expressions of music. I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Brenda.
Thank you so much, Tristan. Well, now it's my job to do the blue slides. And so how do we incorporate or engage with Islamic music in the classroom? Well, the first decision you've got to make is what's the role of identity in your curriculum? And if you don't want to incorporate that, well, then it's your choice. But I think we want to sort of take into account the people that we teach in a very, very important way. So the question then is, well, what do we give up in the curriculum, the traditional so-called curriculum, in order to make space for other cultures' music? It can very often be called ethnomusicology, and someone else on the faculty deals with ethnomusicology, not me. But as a music theorist, we have this over 1,000-year-old tradition of Islamic theory in music, and it's fascinating. So it seems like something worthwhile. But these are hard choices. You have to give up something, because we all know the curriculum is crammed as tight as it can possibly be as it is. So what do you give up? Well, that again, is a decision that each and every one of us has to make, depending on what we're comfortable with, where we are, or what our students are, our strengths or weaknesses, what kind of a school we teach at. These are tough questions. But there's a lot of interest in the community for doing, engaging. So Deborah Rifkin, Justin London, and essays in the Routledge anthology, which many of you know, which is a fantastic anthology of essays in music theory pedagogy. There's also in the NASM, the National Association for School of Music guidelines, the word culture is mentioned 21 times, but there's a mention several times of the value we place on culture. So if we want to really enact these things, we need to get going on it. There's so many things we could talk about in terms of Islamic music theory. Those are just a very few of them on the left side of this slide. But there's all kinds of fascinating questions that one can engage with as students. And given the immensity of the subject, what can you do in a typical class or classes of, say, 50 minutes duration? Well, first of all, it's worth mentioning, but probably not focusing on Quranic cantillation. So this is the singing of the holy scriptures of Islam. The Quran itself is extremely, Muslims hold this book in incredible reverence. It's a beautiful kind of singing, but it is very close to the hearts and souls of Muslims. And it is maybe something, worth mentioning, but to bring Quranic cantillation into a music theory classroom, it would be great, but it may not be exactly the most effective way of going about doing it. Although that's not to say, avoid it, just something to think about, how comfortable you are with putting that in front of folks. So there's a lot of Islamic artists focused on more well-known genres. Jazz, pop, even heavy metal bands, There's Islamic heavy metal. I don't know if you realize this, but they're really good. Maybe it would be worth teaching a concept that engages more of the traditional kind of history of music. Islamic music involves a lot of microtonal intervals. And so from my perspective, it's, not the goal to introduce Islamic music so that you can talk about microtonal intervals so that ligatee therefore becomes easier to swallow. Because this music is intrinsically valuable in and of itself, of course, right? So, but it is kind of one way we could kind of make this kind of network of connections, this kind of way of connecting Islamic music with maybe slightly more close to home music. But for some students, ligatee is completely impenetrable, but and will always be impenetrable, and so it is, so we just let it be. But just to say that this is a way of creating this network of associations and this network of meanings that makes, undergraduate education more valuable. So, we could talk about the maqam system, which is the system of scales that underlies most all Islamic music and is ancient. And this is a fascinating topic. You can talk about jinn, which is also a word, as I learned from Tristan recently, as a word for spirit, as well as a word for these little trichords, tetrachords, or pentachords that make up these scales. And what's interesting is that these jinn have natures. And so you can talk about associations of emotions, which is so much like Plato and the Republic and all of the, affects of the modes and all of this. So there are interesting ways to connect these concepts. And then you can talk about how they form maqam out of combining jinns, conjuncts, disjunct structures, things of this nature, which of course will remind you of Greek theory. But the Islamic theorists took it a step further and didn't just talk about tetrachords, but as the components of their scales made up of trichords or even pentachords, and of course explicitly using microtonal intervals. In the late 19th and 20th century, Islamic scholars and music theorists, principally those in Cairo, decided to standardize the system to a 24 equal tempered system. The Syrians and the Turks vehemently disagreed and said, no, it's not equal temperament at all. But, these are issues that can be discussed in class and to be thrown out and to be addressed and to be asked. Equal temperament or not equal temperament, what does it mean? And how do we notate those sorts of things? A lot of Islamic musicians notate in Western notation their music, and there was actually quite a lot of debate on whether to notate the notes from right to left or left to right, because Arabic is, of course, a Semitic language that is read from right to left. And so there was actually this debate among Islamic theorists as they realized the Western system could perhaps present a few advantages here and there, but do we write it from, which way do we write it? It's quite an interesting kind of discussion. So, you could take an oud piece. So the oud is actually the direct ancestor of the Western lute. In fact, the Arabic word alud sounds a lot like lute, right? And so this was an instrument that Islamic instrument builders introduced to Europeans during their time in Al-Andalusia, which is Spain, right? Hispania. So who has guitarists in their class? I know I do. So this is kind of a point of connection, the oud. And it's fretless, which would scare the pants off of many guitarists, but not our students, right? Because our students can handle that. So here's Munir Bashir, who is one of the most famed oud players of all time. There's videos of him online. They're not hard to find. And why not try to transcribe some of this? It's quite a challenge. This might be for a third or fourth semester kind of oral skills class, this particular kind of project. And I wouldn't do it unless, you see on the back of my handout, I've provided a lot of kind of structural support in my attempt to transcribe this. This is the first 30 seconds of a famous piece that Munir Bashir, who was born in Mosul, he represents the Baghdad, the Iraqi system of tradition of oud playing. And this is just a piece, it's about 9 minutes long, but you don't want to overwhelm people. So take the first 30 seconds, 35 seconds or so, more if you want, and just try to struggle to write some of this down using Western notation. It is something that Islamic musicians do. They write their music down using Western notation. And so it's not something completely out of the question for them. So just have students struggle. You have to listen to this many times to sort of sink into it. You can't just listen to it 6 times the way we give dictations. Harmonic dictation, 6 times, right? You have to listen to this many times in order to have your spirit and your ear and your mind sort of sink into this kind of playing. And it's a struggle. So let's just listen. Think about how you might finish the transcription. Here we go. Yeah, so just play it a couple of times. It's okay if you don't get it all. It's okay if you just draw squiggly lines. It's okay. What are some of the ornaments? What are some of the structures? You can clearly see a cadential structure repeated at an octave, right? And I've used alto clef, which again, and bass clef. You can hear and see a cadential structure. You can hear the second line, which I've put a big old blank stat there, is essentially a repetition of the first line. So you can talk about some of these strategies of structural organization, and you can just help students sink in, and just to help it sink into you, because I know you're all very amazing musicians, but you need to listen to this a couple of times. I'll just play one more time. I know that we only have 4 minutes left, and I hope that we can continue this discussion as the conference progresses. And please, grab me or Tristan whenever you like. But I think that's about it for us. And are there any questions? Peter, do you want to ask the first question?
Yeah, thank you for a wonderful presentation. Really very eye-opening, very informative, really very interesting. And I'm wondering if you had considered extending some of the ideas that Tristan brought up at the beginning to Jewish students as well. Because there are related issues with food, with dress, with working, etc.
Would you summarize?
So the question engages I think it's an identity question. It has to do with how much you want to bring identity into the classroom. And what about Jewish students? Why not? Of course, absolutely, yes. And one of the great things about engaging with Islamic music is that there is this period, from approximately the 8th to the 13th century of the Common Era, in which, to a certain extent, all these cultures coexisted in Spain, which is now Spain. And so this could be a very useful point of departure, particularly when we talk about the Sephardic Jews. I absolutely think it's worth trying to cover as much ground as possible, trying to make it right for as many people as you can. Yes.
I can just talk loud. Okay.
For people online.
Just from the theoretic perspective, just to play off of that, actually, there's more of a suggestion than a question. So I study klezmer music, and there's a lot of crossovers and shared tunes between the Jewish tunes and the Islamic tunes and even Greek tunes. So it might be an interesting point for analysis and improvisation in theory classes to look at all of those tunes together and analyze them and see how they diverge, right? So the Frege scale in Jewish music is so similar to the Makam, and it's just like, except there's no quarter tones. So it's like really, really similar. It could be a cool thing to look at in terms of theoretical analysis for classes.
Well, these are excellent suggestions as we consider what we teach, who we teach, and how we teach it. Do we have time for one more question, perhaps, if there is one? I think in the back there, someone has their hand up.
Hi, thank you so much for this. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how you prepare your students to do something like this transcription project. Do you have them singing Makam? Do you have them practicing the scales on an instrument? How do you prepare them for that kind of work?
Singing, yes, these Makams are sung. And singing quarter tones, of course, sometimes we okay, I know what you're thinking. It's hard to sing quarter tones. Once you've gotten, acclimated or acculturated to singing Western scales, it's hard to do it. But it is in the struggle of making mistakes, of not, I once had an honors sophomore class at Eastman, and I gave them the entire semester dictations they couldn't possibly do note for note, but they had to leave things out because they were so good at dictation, they would just get everything. And I said, it is actually in what you leave out which tells how, where you are. Recognize where your strengths and weaknesses are. And, some folks are just going to blow this off and never go back to it. But I think it's like a process of self-awareness. Singing, listening many times. It ain't easy to engage in another culture. And we have so little time. There's just so little time. So, but it would seem, that first slide, man, I couldn't, this is almost a quarter of the world's population we have here. It would seem irresponsible to not put this in front. And you hope the students are okay. There is such a, there's such a tendency to want to get all the right answers, right? And so now we just simply can't. So yeah, singing, practice, alternate forms of notation, squiggly lines, drawings, all the sorts of things you try to beat out of the students in their first year. Now we can bring it back, you know, and maybe now we maybe think, maybe we don't want to, maybe there's other ways to do it in the first semester too, which, but that's probably for smarter people than me to decide how to, I don't know. What do you think, Tristan? How do you learn to do it?
How do I learn in the classroom specifically, like integrating Islamic music theory, or in general? Well, you know what? I will say this. I think one of our biggest goals with the presentation was to not immediately invite interaction with demonstrating everything involving music, but also religion. I think it was more of a setup to how to approach it sensitively, what to incorporate into the curriculum, what to stay away from for the sake of, you know, I guess how to respect this new introduction into a curriculum, if it may be. I do understand that a lot of Arabic music theory is already incorporated into many curriculums, and I think it's being practiced quite fantastically. And I think the conversation being raised to how to integrate respectfully is a great starting point for you know, curriculums, as they are always ever changing.
Thank you both. While we're doing the setup, I'll go ahead and introduce our next two speakers. And I think we're doing a great job so far, but just a quick reminder to stay close to the microphones here, up here, especially so that people online can hear us really well. Our next two presenters, first, Kellen Tasper is a graduate assistant in music theory at Michigan State University, working toward an MM in music theory. As a transgender music theorist, they study the impact of diversity in music, vocal music, jazz, music theory, pedagogy, rap and hip-hop, and ludomusicology. They are also a practicing vocalist, performing professionally as a chamber singer, choral singer, and section leader. They currently, happily, teach oral skills and written theory in the first year of the curriculum and mentor young transgender and genderqueer people outside of their study. For fun, they play video games too much and spend time with their online community. Michael Callahan is Associate Professor and Chairperson of Music Theory at Michigan State University, where he sometimes teaches oral skills. A winner of MSU's Teacher Scholar Award and Withrow Excellence in Teaching Award, he has published research on music theory pedagogy and the scholarship of teaching and learning, texted music, and improvised music. Let's welcome him.
Thank you so much for coming, by the way, and I hope you enjoy the content of our presentation. As our discipline works toward justice in our teaching, we are responsible for continual learning, interrogation, and iterative revision of the habits and assumptions that inform our interaction with students. Our focus today is transgender and genderqueer, or TGQ students, who feel especially acutely the distinction between gender, a component of their interset identity, and the sex that was assigned to them at birth. The societal conflation of these two concepts permits these students to be pathologized, injured, excluded, and traumatized. Many TGQ music students leave academic music prior to earning degrees due to barriers unseen and unchallenged, which naturally lowers the diversity of the music field and removes valuable voices from our discipline.
Kevin, if it weren't for very supportive faculty members, one of whom was queer herself and had a trans partner, I don't think I would have stayed in music. It was scary. Luckily, I also was dating someone who was queer and supportive as well, so having her there was also helpful. But yeah, without a support system, it's just brutal, and I wouldn't blame anyone for wanting to leave.
TGQ students also deal with the isolation and fear of being onlys or firsts at their institutions.
Ryan, I was the first out trans music student at my university, ever. Kevin, I was the first person to be experiencing a voice transition while I was in the voice program. At that point, I didn't know about any type of network of transgender individuals in the music world, and so that felt a little scary.
To amplify the often marginalized voices of TGQ students, and more specifically, to make their experiences of voice, gender, and belonging central to our work toward equity in the oral skills classroom, we conducted a qualitative research study with 24 participants, all of whom are transgender, are either current or recent college music graduate, or music majors, and have completed between 2 and 4 semesters of college oral skills courses. All 24 participants took a survey, and 8 of those participated in semi-structured follow-up interviews with the 2 of us. In this work, I draw inspiration from my own positionality in 2 ways. As a graduate instructor who taught first-year oral skills courses at Michigan State this past year, and will teach the second year continuation in the fall, and as a transgender non-binary vocalist myself, whose decision to undergo hormone therapy led to self-discovery and a myriad of voice issues, retrospectively revealing the voice dysphoria that I had suffered from unconsciously. An article-length version of this paper will explore the full set of themes that emerged from this work. Today's short version will highlight just some of the important ones using participants' own words, whenever possible, attributed to pseudonyms that participants chose themselves. Their stories have important implications for oral skills pedagogy, but we will resist sharing them as lists of do's and don'ts because the transgender oral skills student is not a monolith. Their experiences are individual and varied, so we aim to highlight rather than sand off the nuances. The basic definitions and background information that we share in this presentation come from a handful of publications that we see as essential reading for oral skills pedagogues, most notably the book Querying Vocal Pedagogy, the QR link here, and that you will see throughout the presentation, links to a fuller reference list that is still being built upon. The incongruence between sex assigned at birth and gender identity causes many TGQ people to experience dysphoria, a state of feeling deeply unhappy, uneasy, or dissatisfied, as well as a low energy state characterized by flattened emotions, lack of interest, and even physical immobility and more. Music turns up the volume on gender dysphoria in a variety of ways, owing to its many gendered institutions and habits. Concert attire, repertoire, opera, and musical theater roles, instrument choices, and especially the prominence of the singing voice, which is of course central for voice majors, but is also highly salient for all music majors because of oral skills courses and the tool that it provides. A subtype of dysphoria, voice dysphoria, can happen in anyone, but is especially noticeable among musicians. The intense, multifaceted, intersectional nature of dysphoria comes across most vividly in our own participants' words.
Luna, dysphoria is kind of a lot of things at once. There's the social kind that comes up when I'm expected to act like a guy, you know. But there's also the physical kind of, oh God, I hate my body. There are a lot of things that have gotten to be less work every time. Like being tall doesn't bother me quite as much as it used to, even if I'm always the tallest girl in the room. Because I've found ways to own it a bit. But I haven't found any way to own my voice. Ian, I've narrowed down most of the sources of dysphoria in my life, and I'm tackling them one by one. Some of them, like my body size and shape, are things that I've just gotten myself comfortable with. Some have changed after taking hormones or doing other forms of medical transition. And there's only a few things left that I can't change. The voice is the biggest, most annoying thing, because I can't really fully fix it, and it's going to obviously and intangibly affect how people read me for as long as that's the case. Kevin, there is so much that people assume about your gender based on where your voice sits. Before I went through hormone treatment, I was an alto 2, so people just automatically assumed, oh, this is a tomboy. I was kind of proud of being the base of the women's section, but I was still seen as a woman. And it wasn't until my voice dropped that people started seeing me as masculine. But I wasn't seen as a man using he, him pronouns until my voice had dropped at least half an octave, about 2 or 3 months into testosterone.
Various forms of therapies and surgeries are used to treat dysphoria, but they come with risks. For some TGQ people, the changes that come from therapy are often needed to remain safe in a transphobic world. Hormone replacement therapy, or HRT, is the most common among transmasculine people. Hormones, particularly testosterone, or T, affect the reproductive system. As a secondary sex organ, the vocal folds thicken as a part of the puberty-like constellation of biological changes that occur. Starting anywhere from 2 to 5 months after starting T and finishing 1 to 2 years later, the vocal range first narrows drastically, then lowers, then re-expands, but often not all the way to the full amidus that was possible prior to HRT. As our participants shared, the variability of these changes in both timing and extent makes hormonal transition a highly uncertain and nerve-wracking time. All of our participants noted at least some degree of improvement in their dysphoria as a result of hormone therapy, but most of them also noted the imperfection of the vocal results. As oral skills pedagogues, if we expect our students to use their voices both to learn and to show proficiency, we need to understand the ways in which the singing voice can be disabling, distressing, and even traumatizing for TGQ students. Here are some of their stories.
Oliver, I feel frustrated when my voice still cracks regularly due to my range lowering. Eric, after I started testosterone, I was very disconnected from my body and how things felt in it. But my entire job in music, for the most part, is rooted in that very same body. Oliver, the most common word I hear every single day is what? I've always been soft-spoken. Pre-HRT, it was due to a strong dislike for my voice, but now I do not possess the ability to be louder due to vocal constraint. Using my voice takes a good deal of effort, and I actively avoid speaking more than absolutely necessary in public or in private. It can be difficult to maintain sound in general, let alone good and vibrant sound. Sometimes my voice will even go out entirely when attempting to sing, or only air will be produced upon attempting to speak. It's upsetting, frustrating, and embarrassing to me to deal with this 24/7, and I feel as if even with HRT, I still have not found my voice.
For trans feminine people, hormone replacement therapy does not cause distinctive vocal change to voices already affected by testosterone, so many of these TGQ people opt in for voice therapy or even surgery. Trans feminine people are more likely to see negative health effects using their voices, as strain is highly likely without guidance on how to naturally raise their fundamental frequency, which is what they might be going for. And vocal surgery can come with its own set of risks, difficulties, or permanent changes that may or may not improve vocal health. So, what do TGQ oral skill students need their instructors to understand? We ask them. 1, singing, especially alone in front of others, can be disabling and traumatizing, specifically for TGQ students. To us, this suggests that oral skills pedagogues treat in-class singing, and certainly in-class solo singing, as something we invite students to do rather than require them to do. Let's understand this issue more deeply through the participants' own words.
Luna, I experience mostly dread, hyped up about how awful it would be inside my own head. When I sing, I worry that I have a stereotypical trans voice because of the effects of having natural testosterone. People have clocked me before because of it. I straight up couldn't bring myself to do the sight singing portions for the first semester or 2. Eric, if the exercise was in a group setting, I would be feeling slightly anxious. If it was a solo exercise, I would be feeling very anxious and low in self-confidence. Ian, yeah, I was definitely scared to sing in front of people because the vocal range was just not there at all. Luna, the sight singing is just one person at a time. Let's go and sing for the professor. And I think he just could not comprehend the idea that I hated the sound of my own voice that much.
The principles of backward design and universal design are useful here because they invite us to interrogate whether, or when, singing is a learning outcome, when it is an activity designed to build toward that learning outcome, and when it is an assessment method to show students and instructors whether a learning outcome has been achieved. And in that latter case, what other assessment methods would show that just as well in a less disabling fashion if presented to the students as an option? Alan offers us an example.
We would have like a weekly check-in assignment, and those were completely one-on-one. We would just schedule a time with the teacher instead of having class. I think for the improv assignments, we were given the option to either sing them or play them on the piano.
2. When singing is a learning outcome, or is an assessment method for which there is no good substitute, participants stress the importance of both allowing and equipping them to modify singing passages to work within their often narrow total vocal ambitus and unstable range. We suggest taking a cue from UDL here as well. 1. Teaching all students the skills of modifying registers, such as through octave displacement, as a way of making a melody fit within what they are vocally capable of. For example, finding an opportunity to convert an upward seventh into a falling step and sing the following phrase an octave lower. And 2, permitting students to sing any passage transposed to a different pitch level and if any key or pitch-specific mapping is required, such as singing on letter names or fixed solfege, providing the notation to students at all 12 pitch class levels. Prohibiting either of these two modifications is, in our view, disabling. Eric would have benefited from the first intervention. He did not have the skill of register modification.
There were a lot of keys where it's like, if I put this down the octave, I don't have the low range. And if I put this up the octave, then I'm not going to be able to hit the high notes. So I would just kind of have to switch octaves in the middle of singing it, which is not super comfortable or helpful for an oral skills class.
Nor did he have access to notation in all 12 keys, which meant that the necessary transposition to suit his voice came with an inequitable working memory tax.
Attempting to sing through things in oral skills was difficult. There were a lot of pieces that were in a key that used to be really comfortable and then really wasn't anymore. There was a lot of stuff that I felt like I had to transpose to be able to sing, but then it would be harder to sight read.
3, students who are expected to sing for a grade, but even just as a learning activity, need the opportunity to learn how to sing, not just how to sight sing, and in a way that weaves in TGQ voices. In the spirit of universal design, that is, benefiting every student while enabling rather than disabling the TGQ students. It's possible to rectify many of these difficulties through engaging in pedagogy from voice education, as vocal pedagogy has been on the forefront of transgender studies due to the centrality of the voice. Our article-length version of this paper will include more of a digest of best practices in transgender vocality than what fits in a short conference presentation, but we recommend starting with the treasure trove in Sauerland's book. In participants' own words,
Alan, I didn't really have any individual instruction on how to use my voice specifically. It was mostly just like, are we hitting the right notes? Is the solfege right? Blah, blah. I would have loved to have some guidance. That would have been so awesome to have. Like, not even from a specialist, really. Just anybody who knew what they were doing or what I was doing better than me. Ian, faculty were supportive but undereducated on my needs as a transgender student involved in a course with vocal performance requirements while just starting HRT.
We contend that every oral skills teacher needs to be a competent vocal pedagogue if they include singing as a part of their curriculum. This involves being able to diagnose and advise on issues of the voice, as many of the students who enter oral skills classrooms have never used their voice in any organized way or developed the skills to feel comfortable making music with that instrument. We cannot expect students to learn it on their own, especially when the stakes are so high, both in our classes and, in the case of TGQ students, in their own self-identity. 4, when the voice is affected, so are other stars in the oral skills constellation that can involve the voice, such as pitch matching, voice-based kinesthetic imagery, and audiation.
Sunny, for a while after starting T, I would have an issue when I tried to match a specific pitch, where I would start about a 4th or 5th lower than I needed, because my voice wasn't used to where certain pitches were. Ian, I had to completely get used to my voice all over again. Where you think is low is not the same low as it was. And so I'd start to sing something really high, and be like, nope, that's not it. Or really low, and be like, oh, I can't hit that note. Like, it took me a long time to get used to myself. Eric, my music brain on the inside, where you kind of audiate things because my voice was changing. Audiating things got harder because I wasn't really sure what it would sound like when I sang it. Even though my brain didn't really change, the thing that I'm relating it to did.
To conclude, we zoom out somewhat and share 2 themes from the study that are important precisely because of their generality. Number 1, we ask each interviewee to tell us what belonging means to them. As we read each definition, we invite you to consider which implication it has for how you might approach oral skills instructional design inclusively and accessibly for TGQ students.
I believe belonging consists of the actions and words of others offering inclusion in activities and verbal reassurance that would indicate to someone that they belong somewhere. It means not having to deal with the extra bullshit. You can be different and still belong, as long as those differences aren't things that specifically distress or disadvantage you in your work. So maybe dialing back from the musical aspect of things, just more on a personal, human-to-human level. Pronouns, the right name, being supportive of my transition, being accepting and inclusive of my presence, I guess.
Number 2, so many of the experiences of our participants reveal aspects of their lives outside of studying oral skills and even outside of being students altogether. For those familiar with spoon theory, we see it as an essential responsibility of any humane and empathetic oral skills instructor to know how many spoons it takes for these students to work through their degrees.
I would like to explore my vocal issues with a trained professional if it ever becomes an affordable option for me, but it is too expensive. My insurance doesn't cover it. Also, I don't think speech and voice specialists know about transgender voice problems. I think a therapist might discriminate against me because of my gender identity. There is no one who provides that sort of treatment in my location. I've occasionally gotten comments about my interesting life choices or waxing about how difficult the path I've chosen must have been. My parents are rough. I've come out to them on 6 different occasions. It's crazy. Sometimes my mom still makes me go to church, and there's all of those old people. Like, they don't understand what's going on, and so I'm not seen as my gender. In 3 years, I went by 3 different sets of pronouns. She, her, they, them, and he, him, each for a year. Almost all of my effort over the last 3 years has been expended over these challenges. I don't know what I'm really getting out of college long term. I've used so much of this time for transitioning and personal development that I haven't really gotten anything constructive. I've just spent a lot of time learning skills that everybody else is supposed to have already known. I could use a do-over.
Again, we resist converting these rich lived experiences into ready-made checklists for instructors. Instead, we suggest a more reflective path that honors both their nuance and their power, and makes TGQ voices matter centrally from the beginning to our conception and enactment of oral skills pedagogy. Thank you. In the last bit of our presentation time, we'd like to invite you to start a discussion with people around you to personalize the takeaways you might bring from this work to your own pedagogy. During the Q&A, you are welcome to ask any questions related to this discussion or presentation, or share ideas and thoughts from your group. So feel free to take a minute or two today.
Well, like all equity and justice work, this is not going to be solved in 2 minutes or with a checklist. So we hope that these conversations continue, but we would like to provide you the chance to ask questions or provide feedback as the typical Q&A. goes.
Thanks for this really wonderful presentation. I wonder if you all had thought about, just in kind of the spirit of universal design, to me, a lot of this is resonant actually with sort of post-pandemic stuff that I'm experiencing with my students, not wanting to use their voices and just feeling mortified by it. And I wonder if kind of you've thought about those connections at all, you know, yeah, in the spirit of this being, so many of these things being supportive of so many kind of different identities and issues students might be encountering in the classroom.
Honestly, I think that was one of the first things when we started discussing this project idea. One of the first things that Dr. Callahan had brought as like something connected to this experience that I had had and that I had seen for other transgender students. It's amazing what heavy situations can do to people and the ways that it actually affects the voice, both in like a mental sense, but also in a physical sense. There are a lot of disorders connected directly to that as well. So there's definitely big connections there.
Just to use the microphone for accessibility, just to add one quick thing. One of the sections in our longer paper that we didn't have time to do today is all about intersectionality, and there's lots of really interesting responses, poignant responses from participants, some of which actually engage with, like, what was the experience of being a transgender student in oral skills on Zoom, or even just outside of oral skills on Zoom altogether, and in classes where I was forced to turn my camera on or to use my voice or whatever. So I think there's more in the data on that intersection than there is about non-TGQ students and how this might benefit them coming out of the pandemic. But in a number of other interesting ways, just parenthetically, students who we're talking about intersectionality of being transgender and ADHD, that is ADHD and autism, transgender and racial minority, transgender and a variety of other things. So that's a hugely rich part of this that we just didn't have time to talk about today.
Hi, Brad Osborne, University of Kansas Heaton. I wanted to first start by thanking both of you for this really important work you've done. My question concerns those of us who, for example, in the upcoming fall, will meet new GTAs on like the Friday before classes, and then Monday set them to the task of teaching oral skills. You know, you have this lovely captive audience here who's like come all the way to Oklahoma because we care about pedagogy, but who, because we teach at large schools, don't have time in our schedule to teach oral skills. What tips and tricks do you have to equip our GTAs with the skills to do this kind of work?
Definitely. This is something we've talked about for the upcoming year of our music theory orientation, as well as many of our GTAs also teach oral skills right off the bat. One of the things that will be included in the full-length paper is a bunch of compiled exercises, things to think about when teaching voice, things to incorporate into warm-ups or into exercises that you may not be thinking about that could be difficult to navigate for not just TGQ students, but also students largely, that people who haven't had all the experience in the world with voice may have never thought about. There are a lot of things that are very easy to implement that will be, I think, very impactful for the ways that we help our students get through this learning voice thing.
First, ditto to everything Kay said, and as the person responsible for planning our GA orientation in whatever it is, 9 weeks or something, a couple of things that I've thought about are, first of all, sharing this work with the incoming oral skills GAs so that they know more about students who will be in their classrooms. Two is to do something that we've resisted in our presentation, which is to create lists of like, kind of easy to grab, don't do this, like be cautious of doing this. A simple one is like, you know, the men sing this part and the women sing this part. How many of us have been in an oral skills classroom and seen things like that? So there are a lot of things like that that a new oral skills teacher would just not have the wisdom or experience to know to avoid. What's harder, and I still have to think more about, is the vocality piece. Because we've done things on trying to equip GAs to be competent teachers of singing, at least to the extent they can be helpful, but there's so much more. I think back now to how flawed those versions were that we did, because they did not weave in teaching cue voices and vocality. So yeah, we have this summer to keep thinking about it.
Thank you.
Is there another question?
Thank you so much. Talking about vocal pedagogy, do you see any fruitful areas of kind of cross-departmental or cross-area work that you could do with the area of voice? Or is there an area of vocal pedagogy at MSU that you can touch on?
Yeah, of course. Actually, a lot of the ideas from this presentation here, I'll move this down so I can actually see you. So a lot of the areas of this presentation stemmed from my work in building my own voice back with vocal pedagogue at the University of Syracuse University in New York. And we found the intersections from my work in biology at that time and learning my voice again, and then coming to teach oral skills has really all overlapped this very intersectional issue. And in working with the choral faculty at MSU as well, pretty distinctly, we've talked a lot about what it meant for me joining an ensemble, what it means for other students who will be coming through in the future, joining these ensembles as well. I will say that choral education and voice pedagogy education are both way farther along on this than we are, obviously. The centrality of the voice in those two fields is huge. And that's why we have taken a lot of time to bring in vocal pedagogy resources and look at choral resources as well that have already struggled with these problems and see how that can actually help us. One of the things that I've thought about, I don't know if any of you have like a class voice course at your universities, thinking more along that line where we're having people learn a new skill, a new instrument in a group setting, I think will help us get on the track to being able to make a more universally designed course for people learning voice.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Our final presenter on today's session is Matthew Pipel, who is an assistant professor of music theory at the University of Delaware. He has presented research at numerous regional, national, and international conferences, New England Conference of Music Theory, Music Theory Society of New York State, Society for Music Theory, Pedagogy and Practice, and AEMC Conference on Music, Communication, and Performance, and his paper, Collection Space, Systematizing Parsimonious Transformations in French Scalar Tonality, received the Dorothy Payne Award for Best Graduate Student Paper at the Music Theory Society of the Mid-Atlantic. Matt is also an accomplished pianist and has performed in recitals as part of the International Keyboard Institute and Festival, New York Piano Festival and Competition, World Piano Conference, and Princeton Festival Piano Competition. Let's welcome Matt.
So my paper is entitled Using Tiered Sightseeing and Palm-Based Learning to Diversify First-Year Oral Skills. The folks that you see in the background of my slides are the composers whom I transcribed for a sightseeing exercise. So while they exist in the background of my slides, they are very much at the forefront of what I'm talking about today. So in the fall 2023 semester, my colleague Phil Duber and I sought to bolster our representation of underrepresented people groups, particularly women and people of color, in our sightseeing examples for oral skills at the University of Delaware. Composers featured in prior course iterations included, to the surprise of probably no one here, W.A. Mozart, Ludwig van Beethoven, Franz Joseph Haydn, Felix Mendelssohn, Robert Schumann, among others, whose music I admire and have greatly enjoyed playing and analyzing in my career so far. As we delegated responsibilities, my task was to research, listen to, and transcribe examples by underrepresented composers for sight singing to be used in our first semester oral skills course. Among the composers I chose to feature were those shown on the screen: Amy Beach, Florence Price, Joseph Bologna, Louis Boulanger, Nathaniel Dett, Scott Joplin, Clara Schumann, Fanny Hensel, and Margaret Bonds. While I continued this work in the second semester oral skills in this past spring, I realized a familiar problem, that stopping at this juncture would only further the tokenistic and almost appropriative Band-Aid approach to representation and inclusion, of which many good faith DEI initiatives are guilty. The musical works and the composers who wrote them were serving my academic purposes of constructing a well-rounded course and checking the proverbial DEI box, so to speak. But I didn't feel I was serving their purposes fully. As Alejandro Madrid has pointed out, this approach, quote, is about quotas and not about the challenging nature that diverse experiences may bring to the very structures music academia has taken for granted, end quote. Philip Ewell has written extensively on the problem of diversity for diversity's sake, stating that to diversify our repertoire, this is a quote, to diversify our repertoire by adding a few people of color actually reinforces our white frame, end quote. Instead, I wanted to go further in the oral skills context in which I was teaching to not only enrich the diversity of my courses through inclusion, but in some humble way to do something anti-racist, to emphasize and combat the institutionalized racism and sexism, which has necessitated such inclusive efforts today. Admittedly, I was at first daunted by this idea, but since, as Ewell states, quote, no one person should be responsible to offer an alternative to centuries of white racial framing, end quote, I decided why not involve the students? I created a problem-based learning project to be used in conjunction with our sight singing examples, wherein I invite the students to actively participate in discussing these issues. I tell them in advance that I'm quite far from having all the answers, but I thought perhaps together with the students we can achieve something meaningful. So before explaining my problem-based project in more detail, some contextual definitions are needed. For tiered sight singing, I draw from Phil Duker and Jen Schaefer-Inklin's poster presentation from Pedagogy into Practice from the last time we met in 2022. For each melody I transcribed for singing, I also provide a melodic reduction, or A tier, to be sung in preparation for the full melody. I created reductions based on two things. First, the underlying structure of each example, as I intended my students to perceive it. And second, its difficulty level relative to that of the B tier, which is the full version. Some of the melodies proved to be quite challenging, so both structural and pedagogical perspectives were valued equally in creating reductions. And I'll show you those in a few minutes. While the general focus is typically placed on sight singing specifically, I use tiered sight singing examples to be sung both at sight and prepared in advance. Melodies were selected and transcribed for first-year oral skills students majoring in music based on the following criteria. Melodies needed to be fully diatonic. Now, these could be accompanied by either diatonic or chromatic progressions, but the melodic lines themselves had to be fully diatonic. With up to second level subdivisions, no faster in terms of the rhythmic proportions, with leaps not exceeding those within diatonic triads and seventh chords, and last within a relatively singable range of 1 to 1.5 octaves. Regarding problem-based learning projects, I draw from Phil Duker, Chris Schaefer, and Danny Stevens' 2014 collaboration, Problem-Based Learning in Music Guide for Instructors. The problems presented in problem-based learning, as Stevens points out, quote, have no straightforward, easy answers, end quote, and are intended to challenge learners to acquire new knowledge within new domains and to see problems from a variety of perspectives. According to Stevens, problem-based learning offers students an environment in which learning is relevant to real problems faced by students in the discipline and beyond. Musical problems are uniquely suited for this kind of problem-based learning endeavor, especially those pertaining to racism, sexism, diversity, and discrimination. There is certainly no straightforward, easy solution, and it's inevitable that students will encounter these issues both within and beyond their discipline and baccalaureate studies. I should also note that students, even within their first year of college, have already gone through these issues to some extent. Considering my initial trepidation and kind of fear of failure of doing a project like this, as well as the first year undergraduates with whom I was working, my approach to this problem-based project was simple. Go back to basics regarding the overt racism musicians and composers of the past have experienced, and invite students to actively participate in music making and contributing to discussion. At first, I wondered if this kind of study was appropriate for an oral skills class and considered holding off until the next time I would teach written theory or any other research-based course. This is a wait until tomorrow kind of attitude that I wanted to try to avoid. A skills-based course, however, presents a unique opportunity for students to not only contribute to discussion, but also connecting more directly with the music itself and the composers who wrote it. In problem-based learning, as Stevens notes, students are the primary agents in their educational experience, and they become independent learners who are adept at thinking through data, creating evidence-based arguments, and sorting through complex problems. Accordingly, the learning objectives for this project are student-centered and, in a sense, open-ended. As we will see later, no two students arrived at precisely the same conclusion, and their paths to those conclusions must also have varied quite widely. The first two learning objectives deal primarily with skill acquisition and align with the course's learning outcomes at large. 1, sing melodies prepared and at sight, derived from real music by underrepresented composers. And 2, analyze and describe aspects of musical structure by ear. Other learning objectives employ Bloom's higher order cognition. So the third one is research and describe aspects of composers' lives and creative output, which is evaluation. 4, discuss, compare, and contrast research findings in small group settings, which is synthesis. And 5, construct a redefined problem to be used with future students. The crux of this problem-based learning project deals with how the problem is presented initially to students, purposefully highlighting an approach that Madrid and Ewell, as previously mentioned, would most likely advocate against, but with good cause. And the problem is presented thusly. Collegiate music study lacks diversity. Now, this can be music for coursework, repertoire program for concerts, and those who participate in the music making and learning process. We proceed to solve needs quotes, this problem within the boundaries of this project in 3 phases over a 4-week period. Phase 1 is simply to sing, listen to, and describe music. In the first week, students are provided with a document of tiered singing examples, ordered roughly from easiest to most difficult. We sight-sing the melodies on page 1 in class, and I instruct students to choose one of the melodies on page 2, and they submit a recording of themselves singing both A and B tiers of their chosen melody. By the way, at the end of my talk, I'll have a QR code that will link you to a variety of resources that I've compiled, one of them being the document of melodies, so we'll go there. Can we get the blood circulating? I'd love to sing this together. There's enough of us in this room that based on just RNG, I think, if we just pick a melody to sing, we should have a pretty good variety. So pick an A or B tier version to sing. They're not necessarily meant to be sung at the same time, but why not? Let's give it a try. Do, re, mi, re, do, te, do, sol, do. Let's conduct along with this as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do, re, mi, fa, mi, fa, sol, do, te, sol, fa, mi, fa, sol, fa, mi, do, te, do. So this recording is much faster, which we will hear in just a moment. Along with their singing, students listen to a recording of the musical work on which the melody is based, providing a separate document of links to recordings, and write a short paragraph describing some musical features they find interesting or distinctive. So let's listen to an excerpt of this one first. Maybe we won't be able to listen to this one. The other one is a piano piece. I can play that one for you. Okay. Let's go back. There was one other melody I would like us to sing before we continue onward. So that was Florence Price's, that was an excerpt from the opening of Florence Price's Symphony in E minor, the fourth movement. This next one is from Nathaniel Dett's Cinnamon Grove. It's the Adagio. Same idea, pick an A or a B tier. We'll try singing these together as well. Do, re, mi, sol, do. Conducting in 30 with a pickup. Let's do 5 beats for nothing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Do, 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 re, mi, sol. I will play this one for you so you can hear the piano piece on which it's based. This one works. I almost asked Tim to tackle me if I went any further. Because the piece is absolutely beautiful. I can't help myself. It's an absolutely lovely piece of music. In Florence Price's symphony, students often point out they sing the melody significantly slower. It's a presto tempo in that fourth movement. They also mention elements of orchestration and how certain instrument choirs are emphasized throughout the movement. Some also notice the use of te rather than t as the 7th scale degree, in addition to the absence of the 6th scale degree throughout, which invites further discussion on minor pentatonic and the spirituals that inspired some of these works. In Nathaniel Dett's Cinnamon Grove, students often notice the rich and later chromatic harmonies that accompany the purely diatonic melodic line. There's a similar diatonic and chromatic dichotomy that's true for other examples in this set. Some students also notice the hymn-like chorale texture and frequent use of reiterated suspensions, a favorite embellishment among many of the students, and I love it too. It's lovely and adds a certain depth of expression. Phase 1 continues into week 2 of the project, in which students choose a melody on page 3 or 4 to sing, listen to, and describe. So we rinse and repeat this whole process. Let's see. After they're fully immersed in the music itself, students proceed to phase 2 of the project in week 3, in which they choose any composer from the list of melodies featured, who may or may not be the same as the composer whose music they sang, and learn more about them by utilizing university resources. Databases such as Biography in Context, American National Biography, Oxford Music Online are popular starting places, and students are encouraged to do further research using JSTOR or WorldCat, and maybe even perusing the stats if they're interested in going a bit deeper. That's one of my favorite things to do. Call me old-fashioned. I asked students to write 2 paragraphs in which they first describe one of the composer's major accomplishments, and second, describe a challenge or some adversity the composer faced, and I expect students to get specific. Once students have finished the research phase, we break up into small groups in class and discuss our findings. Now, being a black composer, particularly in the early 20th century in the American South, comes with a certain adversity which I hope would be obvious to most. But I want students to put into words exactly what these composers faced. In the research and discussion time, students find that composers like Joseph Bologna was a Renaissance man of sorts, having achieved success as a composer, virtuoso violinist, fencing champion, and military hero, but all in spite of his father barring him from inheriting noble status because Joseph was of mixed race. He was also nicknamed Black Mozart by the mid-1770s, a nickname that seeks to rob him of his autonomy and as an accomplished composer in his own right. There's Scott Joplin, who pioneered ragtime as an entirely unique musical genre, but he would always lament not being able to contribute to the world of opera, since its predominantly white community had criticized ragtime as, quote, cheap, vulgar, and facile black music. And there's Margaret Bonds, who faced adversity due to not only being black, but also being a black woman. Bonds was the first black soloist to play with the Chicago Symphony, in addition to composing such works as Montgomery Variations, the score for Shakespeare in Harlem, and the Ballad of the Brown King. But in the 1930s, while she completed her training at Northwestern University, she was not allowed to live on campus or use some of its facilities simply because she was black. Through this research and getting specific about these issues, we have to confront, hopefully, and also come to terms with a difficult reality. The problems of racism or sexism or xenophobia these composers of the past encountered as professionals in the field and simply as members of society in general had little to do with diversity or the lack thereof, which brings us to phase 3 of this project. In the third and final phase of this problem-based learning, I asked that students revisit the problem given at the beginning, that collegiate music study lacks diversity, and consider if there's a problem with this problem. Students construct a one-sentence problem based on their work from phases 1 and 2 that they would use if they were to give this project or a project like this to their students, along with a short paragraph in which they elaborate on their problem. I received so many thoughtful and thought-provoking responses. I'll have a link to that as well in this included in the QR code, but I'd like to share some highlights with you now. The ongoing issue of the deficiency of diversity in collegiate music study reflects the established biases towards individuals of marginalized backgrounds. This includes and is not limited to gender, race, ethnicity, and class status. I feel a bit bad about listing students as student and then number, but just for the sake of preserving their anonymity, of course. Society's deemed good music has a deeply rooted problem by neglecting a diverse range of composers to be respected and recognized for the musical genius, which leads to less of their works being performed or listened to as much at not just the collegiate level, but in all levels of fields of music. Collegiate music focuses the majority of its time and energy teaching students about mostly Western European white male composers. That's pretty on the nose. Collegiate music study constantly talks about the lack of diversity, but does nothing to change the system. That one cut deep. How can we restructure the collegiate music theory curriculum to become more inclusive to represent musicians of various backgrounds and genres, instead of structuring our theoretical background on classical standards? Underlying bias continues to play a negative role in collegiate music study. Very concise. How can collegiate music better represent the students studying it? I think we've really witnessed that in the paper presentations from this session. Historical issues of socioeconomic discrimination have led to a lack of diversity in celebrated and well-known composers. And these are just, I think there are 8 or 9 of them, but this goes on and on. There were about 45 or 46 students who submitted responses. If students, and we here in this room right now, take nothing else away from this problem-based project, I hope it's this: that solutions we find depend on the problems we perceive. If the problem is, as I presented it to my students initially, that collegiate music study lacks diversity, the solution is simple. Just increase representation by including more music by underrepresented people groups. But if we perceive this to be merely a symptom of a larger issue, the real problem being that of systemic and institutional racism, sexism, and xenophobia, leading to a procedural exclusion of certain people groups, and the formation of academic structures to keep them at bay, then there is certainly no easy fix. And anything close to a solution, or more accurately, a reconciliation, would require the concerted effort of many to achieve real change. And who better than our students, whose agency we should cultivate and whose voices we should amplify, to lead the way. Thank you very much. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Yeah, Mike.
Thank you, Matthew. I love the component of asking students to reframe the problem. And I wonder, I'm imagining for some of my own students, what they might do with a stage 4, where their reframing turns into a plan of action. If they're a teacher or a performer or a future scholar or whatever. Was that also included in this writing prompt? Or do you have any sense of, some of these really suggest that somebody would be committed to action, right? Is that a discussion that happened with those students?
That's a great question. So I considered including a step where they kind of draw up some kind of plan based on their major or based on what they would find themselves doing in their career, whether it be performing or teaching. To be perfectly honest, we ran out of time by the end of the semester to include it, but I plan on doing this again in future iterations of the course, and something like that I think would be a valuable step forward. I would probably have to start the project a little earlier in the semester, probably closer to around the midterm. I started it with maybe 4 or 5 weeks left. But something like that is a great suggestion to kind of include, some, like you said, some kind of plan of action, something that they can actually begin during that semester, but keep open-ended and come back to and rework and reframe depending on what they find themselves doing in the future. Yeah, absolutely.
Did you find that you had any students or colleagues that pushed back against the assignment or came to the conclusion that there weren't problems that needed to be solved?
That's a great question. So from the colleague point of view, of course I get nothing but support. And it's something that we had talked about quite a bit and worked together on, and we have a very collaborative environment, so I definitely wasn't nervous about that at all. I was a little bit nervous about how the students would perceive it and how they would take it. That was part of my trepidation. But everything worked out fairly smoothly. You'll see that there are some responses in the phase 3 of this project. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, hang on. Bibliography in case you're interested, as well as links to some of my materials. So that includes the problem-based project as I presented to them, the list of melodies. So if I thought about maybe talking a little bit more about systematically how I derived reductions from these transcriptions. So if you'd like to continue to talk with me about that, I'd love to. But there are some responses in the responses document that really have nothing to do with, there's maybe 1 or 2 of them that have nothing to do with the issue of race or gender. And I'm not entirely sure how to perceive that. That might be the case where I might perceive the students not really thinking, that maybe there were a couple students that think that this really isn't an issue, and it's not something they want to deal with. And I have to be okay with that too. Something else I didn't talk too much about was assessment, how this was, so if you'd like to talk more about that, I would as well. But I wasn't assessing them based on how I agreed with them or not. I would have disagreed with them, but I was assessing them on their following the directions and the good faith attempt at coming up with some kind of alternative problem that they could use in whatever capacity they'd like to use it. So the pushback, if I received any, I didn't really notice it, and it was very minimal at the most. Yeah.
One more question.
Hi, Matthew. I'm Gina Root. Thank you for this presentation. I have, if we can do it quickly, kind of a two-part question. One is, do you ever have the students create the tiered versions of the melody? And the second part is maybe more of a command than a question. Please tell me that you're going to publish these tiered melodies as a collection, because I would use the heck out of that, and I think a lot of other folks would too.
Oh, that's good feedback. Thank you very much. Definitely. So there's, I think, if I remember correctly, there are 13 or 14 melodies. So I'm debating whether or not to wait to encompass 13 or 14 more. Maybe make it a little bit larger first, maybe go through a couple more iterations, but that's something I was definitely planning on, so I appreciate the encouragement. The answer to your first question is no, but that's an amazing idea. so really that would include a composition. I mean, maybe this, who knows how many phases this project could be in the future. Maybe there's another phase where, given a full transcription, students come up with their own reduction. There'd be a composition and a transcription aspect to that I think would be really valuable. Also, if we were to give this project in, I guess, a more written theory environment, you could very easily swap out the singing for the transcription in a written theory context, which I hadn't thought about before you mentioned it. So thank you for the tip. But that's something that I had not thought about, and it's a really good suggestion. Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Our next session is start at 11:15. Let's thank Matt one more time.
welcome the League of Lipscomb University presenters here you see before you. From my closest to furthest from me, that is from grade to grader, is Jennifer Snodgrass, who is academic director and professor of music theory in the School of Music at Lipscomb University. They're all from Lipscomb, so I'm just going to omit that from now. Snodgrass has received several awards in relation to excellence in undergraduate education, including the UNC Board of Governors Excellence in Teaching Award and the SGA Outstanding Professor Award. She was also named an official quarterfinalist for the Grammy Foundation Music Educator Award and was awarded the Bledsoe Faculty Excellence Award in Humanities and Arts from Lipscomb University. She has published research in numerous journals and has 3 published textbooks. Snodgrass is the past editor of the Journal of Music Theory Pedagogy and co-director of the Gail Boyd Dystwalinsky Center for Music Theory Pedagogy. To her right is Lisa Kakos, who is an ambient theory instructor, multi-instrumentalist, and songwriter. She studied at music theory at Michigan State University, which I hear has a great program. Next to her, on her right, is Jeff McPherson, who was signed as a songwriter to Hot House Music in 1993, provided the score for 2 PlayStation games, and wrote extensively for Audio Media, Keyboard Magazine, and Pro Sound News. After working for Yamaha and Mackie in various roles, he founded Tech Rep Marketing in 1999, a manufacturer's rep firm that became one of the biggest in the industry. He has since completed master's degrees in divinity and music technology, and spent the last 7 years in the classroom teaching a variety of subjects. And then, next is Don Schaefer. Don Schaefer grew up in Kansas City and received a BA in music from UMKC, also a place I hear has a great theory program. He and his wife, Lori, have co-fronted their band, Waterdeep, since 1996. Since 2003, Don has been a studio owner, an engineer, and a record producer, working with artists such as Indigo Girls and Sarah Groves. In 2021, Don became full-time faculty artist in residence with Lipscomb, where he works in the School of Music as songwriting degree coordinator and overseer of commercial ensembles. He continues to work in the studio theater and as a writer. Don and Lori have 2 children and an orange cat. Last but certainly not least is Donna. Donna King has just completed 25 years of full-time teaching at Lipscomb University. In addition to teaching history and literature courses, she coordinates the musicianship corps and teaches in the theory sequence. Her formal training is in piano and musicology, with theory and history as secondary areas. Favorite academic interests that don't get enough time are hymnal research and the carillon. So please join me in welcoming our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Greetings from Lipscomb University and Nashville, Tennessee. I'm not sure exactly when the phrase "one school" first came into our community vocabulary, but by 2016 or 2017, we were regularly using it to describe what we thought might be our theme. I'm going to overuse air quotes today. Our place among schools of music that offered both classical and commercial degrees. It was an interesting idea, and over many sessions attended at 4 NASM conferences between 2015 and 2018, I found the idea more and more compelling and became convinced of its importance. This is our story. It's not a cookie cutter. It's maybe barely a template. You'll hear that our story has not always been pretty, but I'm grateful to be able to share it with you, and I hope that some part of it may resonate with you and with the work that you do. In 2014, the Lipscomb School of Music, I can't manage too many things here. There we go. All right. In 2014, The Lipscomb School of Music was the Department of Music, and it was doing okay. We offered 7 degrees in music education, performance, and composition. We had 6 full-time faculty, ranging in age from 51 to 69. We had no young upstarts. We had 1 great administrative assistant, about 10 adjuncts. We all knew each other well, had worked together for a long time, and we were comfortable. We were also in deep denial. In the 2014 commencements, May and December combined, we graduated 3 students. 3, which was half the number of full-time faculty that we had, and fewer than half the number of degrees that we offered. This tiny number was part of an unsustainable pattern that had been brought up to us along with terms like program review and dashboard numbers. I don't know if any of you in administration remember the dashboard era. These conversations made us defensive. We resisted. We pointed to high placement rates for our music education majors and good acceptance rates to graduate school for our other students. In January of 2014, we began to hear rumblings and then to receive cryptic emails about a reorganization of colleges. Since Lipscomb had colleges, we had been a part of the College of Arts and Sciences. But in July of that year, Sally Reed, who is a theorist and composer, and some of you may have known Sally, she was our chair at that time, she sent us an email to warn us, and I'll read a little bit of that email. I wanted to give you a heads up, that's a warning, about an announcement that will be made soon. We are to be part of a new college, the College of Entertainment and the Arts. We will no longer be the Department of Music, we will become the School of Music. We will have new resources, and in a relatively short time, a new building. We will have new programs in commercial music, and all as a part of the School of Music. That was a lot. Honestly, we did not offer our greater selves in response. One longtime professor immediately reported that the benefactor of his faculty chair said that our new college name sounded like a section in the newspaper. I looked down at my own phone to see this meme sent to me by one of my adult children, revealing that perhaps I was not as positive and mature as, in retrospect, I like to think that I was. Then there was this whole thing about commercial degrees. We had always managed to wrangle out of this by convincing someone that it was impossible. Belmont was doing commercial degrees and doing a great job. It just wasn't us. This was us. Mostly I think we were afraid. We were terrified about what would happen to us. And when I say us, I mean this little group of 6 faculty that don't include my good colleagues that are here now. We were terrified that the lights of Lower Broadway would descend and overtake our comfortable South Nashville campus like some unwanted ghost of Christmases past and future all rolled into one. And what is true about that is that fear and denial are tight little partners. That academic year, Sally Reed and Charlotte Peacock, a Nashville producer who was hired to design commercial degrees, would begin work on those. They were from very different places musically and certainly academically, but they were both committed to the idea that these would be commercial degrees for musicians. So great. We knew how to teach music to musicians. And when we thought about it, this influx of new students would really be supporting the department, the School of Music. They would be in our choirs, in our wind ensemble, in our orchestra. And so that was really the first awful iteration of our one school idea. We would just make all the commercial students do all the things we were already doing anyway, and we would pretend that all the things they were doing weren't really happening. To be clear, We were so far off the mark that for a singer, songwriter, guitarist, their first and primary ensemble would not be a commercial ensemble attached to their work. It would be maybe choir, or if they had played clarinet back in middle school, maybe wind ensemble. Well, this is a 10-year story, so I'm happy to report that within a couple of years we had begun a series of corrections for our ensemble program, but there was still theory. Everybody would take theory, obviously, and they would take the same theory. So would-be producers and drummers and electric guitarists were writing and analyzing and writing 4-part SAT exercises, almost completely removed from anything they were creating or playing or listening to. This is something that I used to say to my own kids as they were kind of bumping hard into adulthood. I say it occasionally to my students, and it's advice I try to follow myself. However you have to polish something up or spit shine it to tell it to whoever, when you're sitting by yourself at the thing needing to make a decision, be sure that what you're thinking about and what's motivating you is the real true version of the thing. And the real true version of our theory sequence was that we placed really disproportionate emphasis on 4-measure, 4-part exercises in the 17th and 18th century common practice style. Why? Here's another thing that we like to say, a lot of us, and because, I mean, being honest here, the School of Music was total chaos for about 6 or 7 years. This is how we were able to change theory a little bit. Do one thing, change something. What if we looked at Andrew Lloyd Webber instead of one more Bach piece to understand pedal tones? What if students wrote or arranged and then analyzed their own work? And if students are analyzing and thinking about their own work, then could we maybe more objectively and honestly think about our course objectives? My colleagues will talk more about how we think about theory pedagogy, which raises another question: who should be teaching theory? I'm a musicologist, and I've definitely learned a lot about teaching theory from Jenny and Lisa, but I've always also learned a lot about theory and musicianship from my newer colleagues like Jeff and Don, who are also not theorists first. I've learned a lot about musicianship in the writing session or the recording studio. Musicianship that would also benefit our classical majors, but that we haven't always necessarily given them. As I turn things over to my classmates, or my colleagues here at the end, too much in the class, I return to that email from my dear late colleague and friend, Sally Reed. I read the warning from the beginning that this is the end. I think this is a time for great celebration. We can create something new, grounded in our rich tradition, and continue our legacy of excellence and achievement. These things can go together, and we have the opportunity to prove it so. I hope you will join me as we welcome new colleagues and new students with open arms and open hearts. We are still a work in progress, but graduation earlier this month was pretty nice. You see here 10 faculty and about 17 of our 26 graduates. And we are not on the steps of that new building that we do not have 10 years out. Anyway, here's to open arms, open hearts, and some open-minded music theory. And new buildings.
Thanks, Donna. I'm Don Schaffer. I oversee the songwriting degree and the commercial ensembles. Real quick, my background, I was in choir as a kid. We toured all over the place. In fact, it was choir versus soccer. My mom said those too many practices, and so I had to pick, but the soccer team went to Colorado, and the choir went to Japan, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and the Philippines. So I went with music. And it had girls in it, and I was excited about that. I went on to, I played cello in the 4th grade through the end of college. I went to KU, ended up graduating from UMKC, got into a rock band, studio, production, songwriting, theater, and now academia. I think of myself as pretty hot stuff when it comes to theory. When I'm in a songwriting room in Nashville, I think of myself as tepid stuff at best in this context. Okay. So, the theory, music theory versus the songwriter is what I want to talk to you about today. And specifically about songwriting students' receptivity to theory, and then also a little bit about the content of the way that theory manifests in the context of songwriting classes and songwriting lessons, which are the two of the, I teach songwriting 1 and 2 in private lessons, among other things. How receptive are they? I understand songwriters, having been one, and I will say they don't always love rules. They are emotionally invested in the songs that they write, and they can feel embarrassed when they recognize that they don't actually know how their songs work. And they also have this sense of a dichotomy between the intuitive and creative and the analytical and professorial. And so there can be a certain amount of resistance or apathy to the theoretical. I mean that in music theory, but they don't like poetic devices any more than that, just for the record. So I had 3 things I wanted to share that I tried to like sort of work into the fabric of the class that helped them warm up to that side of things. The first one, in terms of overcoming resistance to music theory, is acknowledging mystery. I always start the first day of class by saying, I can't teach you songwriting. Wherever it is that songs come from, nobody's really sure. Keith Richards said, I just reach up in the air and grab a fistful from the one that's going overhead. So, I don't know if that's it. I mean, Keith's a dubious, at any rate. I can't teach you songwriting, but what I can do is teach you tools. And those you can have here in your little tool bag next to you. And when it comes time to solve a problem or communicate with other people, to perform or collaborate on your music, or if you need things that are expanding you, getting you out of ruts that you're in, or sometimes just inspiring you, then this can help. That said, one of the other things, I had a poetry teacher in college who said there were more poets killed in the workshop than anywhere else. She didn't mean that literally, of course. Figuratively. I thought that would get a much bigger laugh. Okay, so, yeah, I like, you know, I'll workshop that one. So, non-murderously. The other thing that I try to do, apart from acknowledging the mystery, is giving permission. So, I always say, I'm going to teach you these tools, and in order for you to get a good grade, you chose to come to college, so I'm going to grade you on what I teach you. But you are free to discard this. You don't have to write with any reference to this at any point now or in the future. You have to do what I ask you for your assignments, of course, but you can discard it. I also then share my passion for theory over the course of the semester, which gives them permission to enjoy it. Sometimes I think you need that model for you. I also share my own mistakes and ignorance, which gives them a passion to fail. Permission to fail. Passion for failure, which is what I tell my students. And then share my ongoing interest in learning, which gives them permission to continue to discover new things. And then finally, when you mentioned the 4-part writing, when I went to school and studied 4-part writing, I was writing songs and realized this is not, they're saying like this retrogression thing, I can't go 5 to 4, but I've done that a whole lot and I think it sounds really cool. A lot of my favorite songs do that, so I don't understand. And I just decided to create this split. There would be the student that would learn the way that they were telling me to learn, and there would be the writer that would write, and I would just worry about them meeting up somewhere down the line. And it actually worked out quite well. So I tell my students to do that as well. There's something I think probably neurochemically we could talk about, but I don't know what that would be. Oh boy. Okay. Now the content. Some of the theory that we've used in the exercises that we do, for example, and it's sprinkled throughout the semesters, the songwriting 1 and 2, but we do it in songwriting 2, the first exercise is on melody, where they just write out a melody in national numbers, which we'll have somebody explain. I mean, they're numbers, it's nothing fancy. But get them to write it out, and then also noticing the intervallic lead between every consecutive note, and showing them the difference between conjunct and disjunct, and learning to increase the contrast across a song with their melodies. And another one would be, I put loops together that are not straight 4/4, at least shufflers 1, 4/4, 6/8, some 5, some 7. It's always fun. I give them an extra credit if they do, an odd meter. And they've done some really great stuff in that one. Lyric, we're breaking down the scansion, getting the emphasis on the right syllable with regard to strong and weak beats, as well as high and low notes with the melody. And then finally, I wanted to kind of walk you through this one thing that I teach them, which I called the Beatles harmonic palette. So the basic idea here is if you're writing diatonically in the context of popular music, it's mostly 6 chords with a 7th that everybody's afraid of. And so the Beatles somehow seemed to feel like they were writing like everybody else was writing, but it didn't sound like it. And I remember sitting down one Christmas playing along to some Beatles songs and thinking, how are they doing this? I just still don't understand what's going on. So I went down an internet rabbit hole and I stumbled across this website that's no longer up, called The Beatles Odyssey. Alan W. Pollock, I don't know who he is, Musicological Journey Through the Beatles Songs by Gerd Tillikens. You might also don't know who he is. But he says a thing. He says, in fact, the Beatles systematically approached the harmonic grammar as if they had always had several co-tonics ready at hand. From the tonic major 1, they as easily switched to the relative minor 6 as its parallel major 6. A favorite is also the parallel minor 1, and its relative major, the flat 3. This harmonic chord material is neatly ordered along the lines of the minor thirds. Look at figure 2 and see why in my book I call it the diagonal tone matrix. So this was the tone matrix that he did, and then I revamped it a little bit, and so I added the natural number system version on the top, did it in the key of C at the bottom. The squares show you the parallel movement vertically and the third movement diagonally. And then I also used this, the 2 colors as a way to, it sort of was maybe accidental, but what it ended up being was, I told my students, the lower stuff is more rock and roll and bluesy. The top stuff feels a little more British music-hall-y, because it tends to the majors off the minors end up functioning potentially as secondary dominants, right? So anyway, you can feel this energy of the Beatles moving into these sort of brighter related key up top, or the sort of darker related key down bottom. I always tell my students before they ask, did they do it consciously? No, but you can either spend 10,000 hours in Hamburg or you can just use this chart. So it may be, interestingly, that they wound up with this, this thing because of a preference for harmonies that when they move to any related or a neighboring chord, there's only one chord tone, so 2 common tones between each chord progression. And then also the idea of the flavors that are related to the thing. Ultimately, it did come from them just being ravenously interested in all sorts of music and borrowing from everything I could think of. So, how to use it? I walked through them. I mean, first we walked through them, we actually built it. I'm not going to go through all that. But as far as how to use it, I go through sort of 4 options with them. The first is, I just say, okay, you got to get me from B minor to C major, Joe, and then Joe goes, okay, I'm going to go B minor to D, and I usually play my guitar. And he goes D to D minor, play to D minor, D to F, D minor to F. Where did I say I was going? A minor, C. So you go by connecting either diagonally or vertically. And anytime you do that, you're assured that you've got 2 common tones. And when you do this, there's no plagal, there's no authentic, and so there's an odd familiar but unfamiliar feeling to this thing, because you can as easily morph into a new key as you can stay in the one you were in. It's a really interesting feeling. I had a similar feeling around that time listening to Philip Glass and discovered that neo-Riemannian theory is the tonnet, I guess, that is a very, very similar thing. So, second option, you can modulate. The way I say that is fiddle around in one key, find a connecting chord, fiddle around in the other key. Your third option, just borrow a chord. Some of the classics, borrow the 4 minor, borrow the 6 major, go to the parallel 1. And then the fourth option is anything goes. And my overall point with this with them is if you thought of yourself as having 6 chords previously, now you have 18, go have fun. And they do. So in closing, they bloom, they develop a natural curiosity, they're forced to learn to communicate more precisely as they start to develop a better language and also be introduced to more complex concepts. They realize that the language of theory actually can apply to what they do, and they feel like they don't have to do it theoretically, and it somehow sneaks up on them and they like that.
Woo! So, my name is Jeff McPherson. I am in charge of the production degree, and I think I need to begin this with a confession. I'm a music school dropout.
Music school dropout.
So we all sway back and forth along with that. So and the reason I mention that is I think I am the student that Lipscomb built this structure for. I was a theory and comp major. I studied under somebody that studied directly from Schoenberg, and I was fascinated with the content and bored of what they were using it on. It literally came to a point where it's like, I'm tired of Bach. It's like all of these tools apply, and yet you will not let me bring in, if I'm going to offend somebody, I apologize, a Led Zeppelin song and apply these concepts to it. And that is literally why I left. Which means instead of having a bachelor's degree in music, I have a bachelor's degree in business. So it's not going to surprise you that I link a lot of these things to that evil thing that we do not like to talk about, money. So I am going to ask for some help. What is this? Think of me as a commercial music teacher at this point and someone in production. This is how we get guitar players turned down, right? So, but likewise, this is how we get a cello player to turn down. Now, my brass jazz people in here are very comfortable, which is when I'm going to turn around and put this in front of them, and they're going to melt down. We have a nasty tendency in basic theory to teach these as separate languages. They are not. They are separate dialects. And they mutually reinforce each other. There is valid points and power in each one of these approaches. Is everyone vaguely familiar with the national number system? Okay, then I will not. So the very quick thing, great thing about this is we're naming everything in scale tones. If you're used to solfege, we do law-based minor when we talk about national number systems. So this is actually, as you can guess by the fact that the first 3 chords on this are 6 minor, 3 minor, 2 minor. Is this really in a major key? No, but we're charting as if it's in a major key. The underlines indicate that something is in a single measure. So this is only really well suited to fairly simply constructed music. You can see when I get to the point where I'm trying to describe an inversion with a 3 over a sharp 5, that we are stretching the limits of what this is really exceptional for. But what it makes is a great roadmap. So one of the things that I have found in my brief period teaching theory is that college students are 3-year-olds. Because their favorite word, you've all heard it, why? Why do I need to know this? My commercial students come to me and go, do I really need to know key signatures? Yes, you do really need to know key signatures, and stop using the tricks. Get the flashcards out and learn the dang key signatures. I promise you when you get to the next class, you're going to be happy when you are fluent and not tricking your way through that. But likewise, when I show something like this to someone like a new cellist, I shouldn't say new cellist, someone that has not approached these things, I'm stunned at how often someone that is used to this form of mentality does not know what harmonic substance their note they are playing is functioning in the chord that's being there. Because they've not analyzed it. And let's be honest, If I have a string player that's on a flat 7 and they're a little flat, it's cool, right? If they're a little flat on the 3 of a major chord, is it cool anymore? I want them to know enough of the context to have a sense of what's happening. So, although I spent most of my life telling my children and grandchildren, because you need to know it, shut up and learn this, I have had much better response tying things to answering some of those why questions. So my friend, the cello or violin player, why do you need to understand this? Was summed up yesterday or a couple of days ago when I was in the lobby and I heard one of our traditional students say to a friend, my best friend just asked me to play her wedding and I'm so excited, ... Except all she wants is Taylor Swift songs. Now this person's a pianist, so they're going to be able to find charts, correct? It's not going to be a challenge for them to simplify. What if that friend had been a violin player? And that person, the new bride, wants a string quartet. We have a challenge now. We do not tell people that there are jobs in the music industry. And our administration hates us for it. All the time. What we do tell them is that there is a career in this, but every music professional that I've seen has about 6 to 7 different sources of income. So I try and tie everything to a gig, an income production source. And for those traditional students, as the commercial nerd, what I try to explain to them is, if this is what you have, and you can do some basic note reduction, you can make yourself and 3 of your string friends $1,000 for playing at a wedding. And guess what? How contracting works, Miss Violin Player. If you'll write these charts, you're going to charge them $1,000. You're going to keep $400, and you're going to pay each of your friends $200. That is traditional in commercial music for how we pay people. The leader of a section gets double. Commercial music does not mean it comes from the last 30 years. It means you get paid for it. The flip side of this is there is nothing like being in a session where a songwriter decides they want strings on something and tries to hand this to a group of string players.
Or if you write a whole musical and take it to New York that way.
Yes. Which would not happen to anyone that we know. The power of this system is in simple music, obviously. If I'm having a bad day and I can't sing it in D today, I don't have to reprint charts for you to do it in D flat. So, wow, I just saved time. Time is money. Einstein proved that, right? Something like that. So linking these things to the concepts of what a producer does in commercial music and what a musical director does in live and performance music, or a contractor does, odds are if you're a string player and you have some friends that are studio rats, you may be the only string player they know, and I guarantee you, unless you're a fiddle player, they want more than just you. Do you have friends? Can you organize the structure? You can make money doing that. Guess what tool you're going to use to make that money? Why are we here again? A little bit of music theory goes a long way. Are we gonna do Schenkerian analysis on this Taylor Swift song? God, I hope not. But if you can dissolve the chords down and even play diamonds, which is that little structure that means you're going to play a whole note in the Nashville number system, you can create an income stream by having a little bit of knowledge, by having a communication structure to communicate to other types of musicians. You become a bridge, and bridges are valuable. So my point is, connect the dots. Don't shrug and say, you just need to do this. And also, who in here is comfortable saying, I don't know? And students love that. I had intro to music theory students are the most weird and wonderful people in the entire world. I had one come up to me yesterday or a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about intervals. And they said, in an interval, why do we start counting with the first note, but when we start counting half steps, we don't count till the next one? And I went, I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm going to pass because I'm just going to admit it. And the thing is the next time when I say, you do have to know this will make you money, they eventually start believing you. So while I hate to be so coarse, one of the main courses I teach is music entrepreneurship, which is subtitled, How Are You Going to Pay Your Rent with Your Art? We've got to be honest with these students. If there are things that will never make us make any money, let me rephrase that. If there are not things that will not directly or indirectly make them some money, because understanding is powerful, then there may be some things that we need to be willing to let go of. So that's kind of my point in the way that I apply those things. And now I'm going to let somebody more capable than me have the microphone. So.
Hi everybody, I'm Lisa Kakis. I'm going to share with you some of the things that we do in the classroom and also some of the assignments and projects that we give our students. Thank you. A little bit of context to start. We're a small school of music. The average music theory class, the ones that I've taught, range in size from 5 to maybe 14 students in a class. And in a music theory class, I would say that more than half of those students are majoring in songwriting or music production or music industry studies or probably also musical theater. We have pianos in our classroom. We have portable digital pianos that are lined up on one side of the room. And most often, most days, the students are coming in, I'll say, grab a piano. And then they'll have it in front of them during class. We are in Nashville. We're in Music City. There are guitar players everywhere. If you go into the street, sometimes you trip over them. I wish I was kidding. So I'll always invite my classes to bring a guitar to class. That helps you to look at a fretboard in addition to the piano. Okay, so one of the things I like to use in the class is Logic Pro. Logic is a DAW or a digital audio workstation. It's a software for music production. And there's some features in Logic that I find really helpful, especially in teaching fundamentals. So, hold this up. I love this piano. I use this piano probably every single class period. I like that I can play, no audio at the moment, that's okay. Whatever I play, they can see what I'm playing. They can see the keys I'm pushing down. And I can't believe how much of a difference that makes when I'm talking about fundamentals. Oh, thank you. That'll do it. You still don't need to hear that, though. That's okay. Okay, so this really helpful visual. They've got the pianos in front of them. They can see what I'm playing. They can hear what I'm playing. We like to give 1, maybe 2 DAW projects per semester. So one of those would be our Intro to Music Theory class. We give a MIDI programming assignment. So that's this first one here. Right now we are looking at, so they program major scales into the DAW. And we're looking at the G major scale in half notes right now. And when you're using Logic, which by the way, when we do these projects with our students, we usually encourage them to use GarageBand. It's free, it comes on all Apple devices, so some of them have it whether they know it or not. I like that I can flip over to score view and we can look at the traditional music notation and see the same thing in 2 different ways. GarageBand is Logic with training wheels, so it looks very similar. And they have it set up so you can't break it much. So, yeah, the scale programming assignment. Another thing we do in the Intro to Music Theory class is a rhythm composition assignment. So this has nothing to do with standard notation at all, but this project we have them choose 3 unpitched percussion instruments, and we have them make a short composition, and the goal is to have it sound like music. So here's an example of what that might sound like. Let's do this here. So it's, again, a MIDI programming assignment, and this is just a quick example. It's always a lot of fun. Even the students, I should also say, a lot of students are already working in Logic or a similar DAW. And the ones who don't, and never probably will, still enjoy these assignments and get a lot out of it. They, again, learning the same thing in a different way. We listen to the projects in class. It's always a lot of fun. The results range from classical orchestral arrangements to a hip-hop beat or a punk rock drum beat, and anything in between that you might be able to think of, we've heard. So that's a project in Intro to Music Theory. Another thing that I like to do in class is use a drum beat. I like to turn on a drum beat for doing things like in-class activities, such as maybe drilling seventh chords. Or, we didn't talk about that.
No, I forgot to mention that.
Drilling seventh chords, or maybe Takadimi improvisation. So maybe, just pulling up something. It's a little quiet. So a drum beat, if we're doing something like seventh chords, Jenny snaps. She has her classes snap in time. I like to turn on a beat and do things like, maybe A flat, dominant 7, go.
E flat, G flat.
Right, that kind of thing. And we'll go around the room and we'll just go and we'll go and we'll go. Or Takadimi improvisation, I'll have everybody circle up and we'll, trade off one bar, maybe a couple bars of Takadimi. Or maybe I'll do a call and response where I'll improvise a bar and they echo me. And of course, the drum beat is not necessary for those things. But I've really grown to like using it because when I play a drum beat, people move to it. And they feel the pulse of the beat, and they move in time to what we would probably define as the beat note. And it seems so simple, but I know a lot of you have taught oral skills or theory or anything. Some students really struggle with rhythm. And I find the drum beat to be a really nice way to bring us back around to this just foundational idea of we feel the pulse of a drum beat or any piece of music. When you can feel the pulse, you have an idea of what the beat note is, and then from there you have an idea of things like meter and note divisions. And it's just a nice starting point, kind of this nice place to always come back around to. Plus, it's fun. Okay, so moving on, outside of logic, I talked about some of these things already. In addition to the DAW and the classroom approach, they mentioned it already, we teach an equal representation of Roman numerals, lead sheet symbols, and the Nashville number system. We do a lot of studying and writing charts in all of our theory classes, in addition to the usual music theory homework assignments and lessons. We allow and we encourage the use of retrogressions. We teach standard harmonic function, of course, harmonic progression, but we have them put brackets around anything that does not conform to the traditional practices. More assignments using keyboard style in addition to SATB. And some assignments and projects are graded on voice leading, some are not. So this is what an assignment might look like with charts. We've got a Scarborough Fair. They're given lead sheet symbols, they're given the key signature and the melody line, and their job is to add Roman numerals and then use that information to make a chart. So you spoke a little bit about Nashville number system. Scarborough Fair is actually in Dorian, but close enough to minor. So we would then make the chart in the key of the relative major. And you can kind of get a feel for what the numbers are. Again, there are a lot of similarities between the Nashville number system and both Roman numerals and lead sheet symbols. So you can probably figure out pretty quickly what's going on, just with prior knowledge. So that's something we might give them for a homework assignment. I'm one of those people that Jeff mentioned has 6 or 7 different income streams as a musician. I teach adjunct at 2 universities, Lipscomb University and also Belmont University, which is right up the road from us. When I'm not teaching, I'm usually making rock and roll music. I play drums and I play trumpet and I play for hire with other groups in Nashville, in addition to making my own music. And Samuel Herb is a Nashville artist that I've played trumpet with many times. So it's a kind of a real life situation, practicing what I preach. I bring the charts in that I'm given sometimes to class, and I have my students look through them. In an intro to theory class, we might start by treating the Nashville numbers like scale degrees, purely just playing the bass lines. And then as we get more comfortable with the chords and the diatonic harmony, we might further move into actually theory 1. I might have them analyze it with me. We'll figure out what's going on. We've got the pianos in front of us or a guitar. We'll play through it together, figure out what we're doing, and then we will try to play the recording. And it's usually pretty fun, nice hands-on interactive activity. And also, this particular chart has some errors in it. That's the beauty of the national number system, is a lot of people have their own way of doing things. A lot of people make assumptions. Some people have learned them formally. Some have just kind of watched other people do it and try to figure it out along the way. So, I mean, we all kind of usually know that the 6th chord's almost always going to be minor. So often that some people just assume the 6th chord's always minor. So they didn't even bother to put a dash next to it. So I think instead of trying to hide that kind of thing, or maybe save the exceptions for later, I don't try to hide the fact that they might walk into a gig someday and the chart has errors in it, and it's important to be able to know what is a correct chart versus how do you know there's an error in the chart. And by the way, I have students regularly come up to me and thank me for teaching them the national number system, because many of our students, some of them are local, but a lot of them come from all over the place, and they're looking to get gigs, and a lot of them do get gigs, and they come in and they get hired to play a gig. You know, somebody's like, I just got hired to play bass for somebody, and they gave us charts. Thank you. I know what I'm doing now. That's the whole point. Here's another chart that I might share with the class, maybe more like I've been at Lipscomb for 2 years, and they handed me the reins to the Theory 3 class. So I've been teaching Theory 3. I might give this chart to them. It's a bit more advanced. We're looking at some slightly more complex harmonies and chart things. But again, you know, maybe spend 10 minutes in class going through it, figuring it out, deciphering it, and then playing along. This is an artist named Violet Lavelle that I've played trumpet and drums with. Okay, now this is a fun one. Our Theory 1 class, their final project is a jingle composition. And they have the option to have it be a solo project, or they can work in a group. And this was a group, and they decided to write their jingle about nitroglycerin. And this group was, let's see, we had I believe a music industry major, a classical piano major, and an animation major, who's a music minor. And so for the project, they're given, they have to come up with some sort of an image. So that was what you just saw. And then a lead sheet with lead sheet symbols and a melody and lyrics, and then also a national number chart. And some sort of an audio recording. So I wanted to share that with you all. What's the volume like here?
1, 2, 3.
I gotta wake up fresh and brush my teeth. Forgot to call my pills. Maybe when I eat, take a shot of coffee, then 20 more. Time to get my beat right out the door.
Oh no!
I'm not feeling so swell. Could be the quesadilla from last night's Taco Bell.
But that's okay, because
I got my nitroglycerin. It helps my hemoglobin. It makes my heart resistant to death.
We share a building with the College of Pharmacy. We saw some similar jingles amongst our classes this semester, so we thought maybe that was part of it. Anyway, we had a jingle listening party, and everybody listened to what each other made, and again, they ranged drastically. So that's a bit of what we've been doing lately. I can't really end with anything better than that, so I'm just going to hand the mic over to Jenny.
Well, now at the Lipscomb School of Music, we're working towards a healthy school of music, fully accredited by NASM as of this year, and some of the most talented students I've ever worked with. Full faculty just like those you just heard from, who have come together from various backgrounds and who have a commitment to excellence in teaching. So when I came to interview at Lipscomb in the spring of 2022, there were 129 music majors. This fall we expect 186. We're full. We're very full. We're intentional about our recruitment, and we've capped certain degrees while we are hiring new full-time faculty to help build up others. When I look at this next picture here, it kind of shows the diversity of our program You can see these are just some of our ensembles. So we have a wind ensemble, but we also have a film orchestra. A film orchestra that is playing student scores at the same time that in the background you're seeing student films while the student orchestra plays. You'll see we have a large piano studio, we have an Avalon string quartet, we have chambers ensembles and choirs. And you'll see in the middle we have 8 commercial ensembles, which are basically rock bands, where they're coming in and learning how to play off charts, originals and covers. There's nothing brings me greater joy than running from a piano concert, running across campus, and then going to a rock band concert in the same night. This population that you see right there drives our curriculum and all the decisions that we make. And we always said to answer these questions as we're going through these curriculum discussions. Why do we want our students to know the Nashville system? Why do we want them to know basic intervals? Why do we want them to know set theory? Those are all questions that we ask as a faculty. And how do we want our students to learn this material? And how are they going to master it? And how are we going to assess it? And then by the end, and I've talked about this before here, what do we want our students to know by the end of our classes? The answer to that first question cannot be because they need to know this because they need it to go to graduate school. That cannot be the answer. You know, we know our population, we may have 1 or 2 out of our graduating class that go to graduate school, but they need to know this for what the careers that we're talking about here because we know our population, and it can't be because that's the way I learned it, because this is a very different world. It's very important to know that our curriculum that we talk about today, and this is just a little bit, works for our population and our groups of instructors at Lipscomb and for our student population. And I really live by this motto because there's no one-size-fits-all curriculum. There's nothing that we say here that you can go back, we're going to do exactly what they do there. You've got to think about who your population is. So a question that I get asked a lot is why are all the students together in one class? At my previous institution, we had commercial students were in one theory class and then everybody else. It created a real disbalance. I felt like my commercial students at my previous institution were the others in the building. But when I got to Lipscomb, I was like, wait, y'all are all together? How is this going to work? And I can tell you that it really lives into this mission that we were talking about, One School of Music. It allows us the opportunities to develop musicianship training for a variety of careers in that moment in the theory classroom. We find that music theory and oral skills is all about communication between these artists. And as Jeff mentioned, the tools we're teaching, it's nothing more than just different dialects. And our students, we're in Nashville and beyond, need to have the skills to talk to a variety of musicians. Brass players need to know how to play those orchestral excerpts of what's happening there, but they also need to know the language of what's happening in the studios and in the musical theater pits. Our worship art majors need to know the Nashville system, the lead sheets, and the Roman numerals because they do not know where they're going to end up, whether they're made to be proficient in all of it. Our songwriters are using string parts more and more. We're going to show you a video here at the end. And the voice leading that we're teaching in our theory classes at Lipscomb allows those composers and strings and songwriters to all work together in common communication. That is voice leading. So what are the advantages of this approach? Well, first of all, we're able to discuss music theory and oral skills on so many different levels. My classroom is all about application. The creative projects, and we've heard about a couple of them, are at the forefront of everything that we do. And our students often work together and collaborate. And just think about when you have a classical pianist, a songwriter, a producer, and a musical theater person together working on a project. I mean, it's pretty amazing what they come up with when they given that moment. Our literature is varied. I know that's commonplace. We've been talking about this for years, but I find that students are bringing in their own music. And by own music, I mean the music that they've written as a songwriter or something they've written in film composition lessons, and they talk about it in the classroom. Their originals or arrangements they're working on create meaningful discussion in my classroom. The conversations when everybody is together are just different. My musical theater majors would bring everything back to performance. It could be an interval discussion. It's going to go back to performance, and I love it. My music ed majors, they talk in solfege all day long. I don't know about your music ed majors, but everything goes back to, but that's a fee, don't you hear the fee? And my production majors, they talk about timbre, and that's something that I just hadn't talked about. But when you have a production major in there, well, now go back and listen to that. Did you hear that instrument? Did you hear that moved? Well, we've been so obsessed about chords and harmonies for so many decades, to just back off and talk about timbre, love it. Disadvantages of having everyone together. Well, to be honest, very few. It can be difficult, though, to be intentional as a teacher to reach every single person in the room. I have to have lesson plans, and I have to write that in my lesson plan. Right here, I'm going to relate this to worship arts. Right here, I'm going to relate to production. Here's my performance majors. I have to write it in so it can be intentional. They must be changed, my lesson plans, every single semester based on my student makeup. I didn't have one music ed major in my theory classes this last semester, but I had quite a few production majors, so I had to think about that. As an admin, I have to think about class sizes as well. The class sizes need to be smaller in order to work with this, to really have the dialogues I'm talking about. These are budget constraints and things I have to talk about. We have to have 8 students for a class to make at this point, starting next semester. So we're watching that to make sure we don't get above that 12 mark, because then we'll lose something special. Our adjunct faculty, we're in Nashville. Our adjunct faculty come and go. You know, some go on tour for a year, and then they'll come back. Those teaching music theory may not have, you know, the same kind of background, strong classical, strong commercial. And I have to be really intentional when I'm hiring people that they know both and they value both, and they can bring that into the classroom. Our curriculum is very coordinated. This is valuable, and the conversations continue, but we have to know that even though we'll have the same test and the same outcomes, it has to be authentic teaching. How I teach is very different than Jeff or Donna or Lisa or Donna, but we have the same outcomes. So, real quick, just a couple of our triumphs that I want to bring out. This came up in Jen Beaver's presentation about ensemble, doing what they're actually working on. So this is an ensemble project where they listen to something that they're singing or playing in an ensemble. As a class, they pick the one they want to work on. I put them in groups. They do an analysis of it, and then talk the class through it and write a paper about it at the end. So you kind of see the variety there, everything from Mozart and Cal to Vessel of Joy was a piece that was written by a living composer on our faculty there in Nashville. So what's cool about the Vessel of Joy one is the 2 students that picked that were a BS in music, which is basically a pre-med music major, piano, and a singer-songwriter picked that piece. I put them together. Now what do you think happened there? You got a songwriter and pre-med music that Beethoven is everything, working together on an analysis of a very programmatic, sounds like film music. What happened was they created such an amazing project that we went into undergraduate research, and then they presented it together at a conference. These 2 populations that would never work together, everything the songwriter talked about was about the form and the melody, and then Caleb came in with all his harmony and rhythm things that would come. Beautiful project. That's Wesley right there. So where are we headed? Well, students want to be part of something that matters and applicable to their career, so I ask a lot of questions. But those drills and fundamentals that Jeff talked about, they're coming more and more, earlier and earlier. We're putting these projects throughout the semester, not toward the end, because that collaboration creates community in our classrooms. All the N&S that we talked about, very, very intentional, day 1, bringing that in. Project-based assessments, you can read that. And restructuring our grading, like understanding that homework maybe doesn't need to be worth 30%, or projects not 40%. Really talking about what the percentages will work like for our students. Students are excited now to see how they use theory and application, the materials. I hear it all the time. They come and talk to me about it. Students are enjoying working together more than I ever have witnessed, especially on these creative projects. I had one on clindamycin, by the way, and undergrad research. And learning about different styles from each other. They come in that first day, I say, what's the song that inspires you the most? They tell me, put it on a Spotify playlist. That's the playlist for the entire class that semester. We go through it. Sometimes it's their own music, sometimes it's other. But we're all learning and evolving from each other because we all come from these different backgrounds. And that's the reality of what's happening in Nashville and beyond, is that you're communicating with lots of different musicians in lots of different ways. So I'm going to show this video because I think it really highlights some of the things that are happening and where theory plays into a part in here. This is a singer-songwriter that just graduated. She's actually recording the song at the Sound Emporium, which is our legacy studio there in Nashville that Lipscomb runs. And in the background's a string quartet. Now, a couple nights before, they were playing Dvorak. And now they're playing string parts composed by a student. You can hear the voice leading, you'll hear it. Composed by one of our students in a recording session in this Nashville studio. So let's go ahead and play this. This is called People Pleasers Anonymous. We'll just listen to the first part.
Whatever it takes, but what about myself? Do I care about myself? What would they think of me then? Amber, grow up, or get some help. What if there was a room where everyone went? Where no one was the smartest or the funniest or where no one even cares, who cares? 'Cause no one cares at all. So what would I say? Welcome to the room. I'm a chronic people pleaser, or maybe I'm just way too loyal. 'Cause I give all that I got, get nothing back in return. So what do I say? Do I even have a say? What would they think of me?
I'll stop it there. But you can see that's my Dvorak string quartet. That's playing in a legacy Nashville studio. Can you hear the voice leading? They know what's happening. And so to conclude I just want to thank this great panel of educators up here who are on this journey with me to, integrate the theory here. We do have time, I think, for lots of questions, but we also have a QR code here with sample materials of some of the assessments, as well as some of our tests and our projects, so you can see that integration of all the different things that we're doing for our students. So I'm going to pass this down to our panel chair.
All right, who has a question here? Anyone? All right.
Hi, thank you all for that panel. My name is Brian Osborne. I teach at KU, where we have a former grad there. So I have a question both for Donna and for Lisa. I think I'll start with one from Donna. So my question is about that timeline. So let me get this straight. In 2014, your program was basically collapsing, and the administration said, oh, we know what to do with that. Here's more money and a new building and more faculty, and we're upgrading you to a school of music. Like, how did that happen?
We had at that time, we had a president who was very interested in new programs, and because we're in Nashville, there was a long time interest in commercial music. Belmont was big and really couldn't take all this. There were students who couldn't get into Belmont who were circling around looking for a place, so they just wanted to go to a smaller school in Nashville sometimes. And so they felt that that was a degree that would help the university grow as a whole. So essentially, yes, in 2014, they said no more of this, pushing things off. We're going to do commercial music. We're going to make this college about more contemporary degrees, and it's going to happen. And so there was a year from that time to the time that students matriculated into the degree. Does that answer your question?
That's essentially this is where I come from. When a program starts underperforming, they just cut it instead of giving it more money. My other question is for Lisa, and I don't know if this was a terminological slip, so I'm going to try to get to the bottom of if you actually meant this. It was ironic, given the diversity of approaches you were going through in your school, that you called the thing with 5 lines and clefs both traditional and standard notation, when of course staff notation is neither of those things. It's neither standard and it's not traditional. So do you call it that in the classroom, or tell me more about that?
I don't call it that in the classroom. I don't know why I said that.
Okay.
Just the 5-line staff versus MIDI.
Sure. Yeah, okay, thank you.
I totally would have called it that.
But, I wouldn't have known.
Other questions? Okay, I'm going to go all the way down here and over here. Bill Donahue style.
Hi, my name is Tanner. I teach at Peru State College. So Jenny mentioned that it's only been in the last year or so that the program has been fully accredited by NASM, and I was curious as to when in this 10-year growth story does the accreditation stuff kind of come into the picture? What did that look like?
Good question, and I'll probably get Don to I've been, this is my second year as the director, so there was a degree that wasn't accredited, and that was the Music Industry Studies degree. So when the commercial degrees, the songwriting and production, were accredited back in 2016.
Fully accredited in 2016 and then BA in 2017.
Right. So 2017, the last degree, when I say fully accredited, it's because we got that music industry degree up and running. But it's pretty interesting to note, for those of you that are with NASM, to note how much freedom there is in your theory classes. I think some people, you have to have 4 semesters for this. That is definitely not true, so it's all in the handbook.
I was just going to add to your question about the commercial program was around the same time as the development of an animation program under the CEA thing and a film program. Yeah, so there was a concerted effort to bring some.
And we didn't get all of that. Right. Just to be clear.
We never got a building. We never got into a building.
Yes, Professor Marvin.
I'm curious, I realize it was a very small program before these changes, but I'm curious if there was faculty pushback and resistance, because I was a leader trying to get a commercial degree at Eastman, and the performance faculty just said, "You'll ruin our school," and that kind of thing. So I'm just curious how that
Hit me. Yes, there's significant faculty pushback, and this is, it really has been a 10-year process, and it has been messy and sometimes really, really hard. Sally Reed, who was one of our senior faculty members when this started, she really did kind of have a vision for what could happen. And I think it's not a coincidence that she was a theorist and a composer and was looking at musicianship materials and was not really clinging to some idea of what music had to be when it was all put together. She was seeing that we were music makers. But we had several retirements. We had several years where people who had not retired were just not doing things. And there was this idea that we were ruining the program. And I several times would collect the statistics. I mean, there were years when we could not teach music history because there were no people to take it. I mean, and it wasn't, that's not what was happening, but in the sort of, that's where I'm about telling the true story. In the narrative that we had sort of collected, we were protecting ourselves and that, oh yes, we're going to kill the programs if these other people come in. But the truth is, we were on the verge of having a program cut because it was unsustainable. You can't pay 6 faculty members or keep degrees going to graduate 3 or 4 students over the course of 2 terms. And it's hard to accept that this is what I went to school for, I did this, I've studied this, and this school as it exists, that I've put 20 or 30 years into, it's not sustainable, we can't do this anymore. As it turned out, we have good numbers in all the degrees, and students we found really want that. They want that conversation. Students come in, I mean, some of our, and we're a particular school, and your school may be different, but we have students who are talking to each other, and we have violinists who come in talking about the video game music that they love. I mean, when they start talking about the music that they listen to in class, they are listening to all kinds of things, and we're kind of acknowledging what their real world is and letting them live into that a little bit. But yes, there's definitely pushback. The short answer, of course.
Yeah. The follow-up from our perspective is, I think we're getting it eventually through a back door. So we have a jazz program, and we added film scoring and a film major. And we have a jazz program, and we added, over the voice faculty's objections, a jazz voice major. And like bit by bit, I think it'll come around, but it's a long, long journey. It is.
Other questions? Yes, up here, please.
I think you have to put the mic on your head to really get the Phil Donahue thing.
I'm not sure I'll be able to articulate this clearly. I'm going to try to keep a loosely formed question. I think some of the fear, at least that I hear from some of my colleagues, about expanding from traditional classical music training is that the student population that we would bring in would not come in with the same kind of same kind of skill sets that our current students do, and how do we integrate them? Somebody who comes in and who's a phenomenal musician but has learned music by ear only and has never read music, next to somebody who's been reading Beethoven since they were 3. And I think that prospect scares some of my colleagues. How do we manage that in the classroom?
Well, I'm going to add to that with Betsy. I will tell you our performance degree, we had 3, instrumental, piano, vocal performance, 3 different degrees. Starting this next year, it's 1 Bachelor of Music and Performance, where you can focus in classical, commercial, or hybrid, and it's our largest incoming class. We didn't even publicize it because it just went through. And I think that was scary for one of our colleagues in general. Like, what does this mean? What does this mean? Well, it just means that we're opening up the door to what performance may be. I have a vocal performance degree, and I was not allowed to sing musical theater because it wasn't considered legit. And that's the word they used. And I'm on live stream, so. But as far as them coming in and not knowing how to read notation, that is a common story. Our acceptance rate is it was close to 100%. It's now about 60%. And several of them, more than several I'd say, do not read music. So they go into intro music theory. They're in there with everybody that's coming from this different background. They have great ears. They're able to improvise and do all that thing. And we're just going to kind of teach them the dialects. And then by Theory 1, Theory 2, they're all kind of reading all together and sharing those opportunities. So we don't test at audition times or anything like that. We just have a placement test they do in the summer, and we encourage them to take our fundamentals class before they go into Theory 1.
Wonderful. I'm going to go up here, sort of weave my way up here, and you are next.
I was just wondering, what does the audition process look like for some of these non-classical degrees?
So we instituted several years ago a pre-screening video process so that we could gently tell someone no that needed to be an accounting major before they got to us. They are slightly modified based on the degree that they are aiming towards, which is mildly specious because students don't understand degrees. So they come in, they want to play. But if someone thinks that their interest is production, we ask for a piece of something they produced. But we're a school of music. So, and unlike some of our colleagues that allow somebody to major in a DAW as their primary instrument, we don't currently. Not against it, I'm not saying we are. But that means they also have to audition on an instrument and prove that they have a certain level of musical capability. From a songwriting standpoint, we want to see 2 songs that they have written, that they're performing and accompanying themselves on, and if we invite them for a live audition, we would like 2 different ones, because having someone come for a songwriting could happen by only have luckily written 2 songs, and it's hearing a germ of something amazing in it, that you actually accomplish something by putting out a body of work, not just getting lucky twice. So we've had to have pretty specific things that we list out for auditions for each of the directions. And then they get here and they change their mind. And we deal with it on the fly quite a bit. So it can be messy.
It's also, some of these things are just in flux. They're very currently, we just added the 2 new songs for the live audition this is coming up season. The other thing is, there's something, I always feel like there's some intuitive question of balancing the community of songwriters. If I get really gifted pop writer that has fairly vapid lyrics, and I've got somebody over here that's a really great lyricist and a little bit challenged on the sense of melody, these 2 people are going to be an asset to one another, and the department will be rounded out by having the presence of both. And so there are times when you find yourself favoring the sort of a team, a community, as opposed to incandescent stars. For us, it's a pretty communally oriented environment. We have it a lot as a faculty, and we like to see it among the students, and we favor collaboration over competition in terms of the mood of the thing. And so I would say that's another feature for us.
And I think it's interesting to note real quick, following that, I don't even mind.
Go on.
Then we all sit on all auditions, all of them, as a full-time faculty. It is very time-consuming.
Oh my God.
We one year didn't do that, and we hated it. So we're in every single audition. That's why I appreciate it.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention on the audition question, and because your question about students who couldn't do anything, we really just 2 or 3 years in stopped asking for sight reading on our auditions because we had many students that we could kind of see. Sometimes you kind of just see that spark, and we had students who we could see were going to be excellent students and an asset to the program and to the community, but they could not sight read. And it was a mortification and a humiliation for them to sit there in front of that music, and so we decided not to do that. And I will also say that our theory is structured a little bit oddly because we have intro to theory in the fall, and then everyone takes theory 1 together in the spring. So that if you take the intro to theory class, you're not behind and waiting. We're not really large enough to offer everything every semester. So everyone jumps into theory 1 in the spring, and they're all together. And I'll have students, I had an honor student for whom almost everything was reviewed last year who took the intro class. And he said, it's just good to fill in the gaps and to hear everything the way you all wanted to say it and get to know some friends. So it's helpful, and that's another way of building community, though, is we're not like, oh, we're the people who are taking fundamentals while everybody else is in theory 1.
It's not the Cardinals and the Bluebirds reading group thing, in other words.
Okay, we got one up here, and then we're going to go back down to Mr. Brad, okay? Oh, okay, so we've already covered that one. So false alarm here. So down here.
I realize I'm talking, so thank you all for being generous. The school I teach at is like a large school. We have like a 93% acceptance rate. And so the thing I'm hearing you hear about wondering, oh, can we put them all in the same theory class? Because like, what if some of them don't know the thing that we think everyone knows? I think assuming that your students come in with this classical knowledge that they might have had in the 1970s is actually kind of a fantasy. I find that actually my like quote-unquote classical students are really weak in reading staff notation. And I just put them all in the same class, and I think what I love about that is that the classical clarinet major really gained something from learning DAW from the beat maker sitting next to them. And the beat maker is struggling with learning staff notation, but when it comes to programming drum patterns, like, it's a snooze for them. So like, everybody is challenged and everybody excels at just different things.
And a rising tide floats all the boats.
Yeah.
And we see it every single time, and it is good for that incredibly capable cello player that has played since she was 2 to come into the program and go, I don't know how to do this, and have that person next to her go, I can help you with that. Because when it loops around and she helps him with something, it's like, and you create a community that way.
They don't get to sneer at you as much as they used to, unfortunately, but I think it's still a valuable college experience.
So you've given hints about your curriculum because you said Theory 1 and Theory 2 and rudiments. I'm wondering, having all the students together, what is the core? If I'm a concert pianist, maybe I need to know how harmonic modulation works, but if I'm a songwriter, maybe I don't need to know that. And so, what's your core look like if there is one or more than one?
Okay.
Jenny, I'll dig it out. So everybody takes Theory 1 and Theory 2. What would be a typical first year of theory together? Theory 3 is typically your piano majors, traditional piano majors, music ed. Everybody doesn't take Theory 3. Sometimes like a film composer who's really a production major might take it as an option. Commercial students go into, after Theory 2, they go into jazz and pop theory. This year, we have a vocal performance major who arranges a lot of a cappella music. We let him substitute jazz and pop theory for, was it Theory 4? Theory 4 is, that pushes our post-tonal theory, is just what you would think. It's the traditional classical majors, music education majors. There's some everybody goes through that first year of theory together, and then there's some flexibility. They're the students that are kind of on that graduate school path, who are going to take those classes almost certainly, but we try to be flexible with what the students are doing at that point. And do you want to say anything about the whole graduate school thing, Jenny?
I will. And then in terms of the performance degree, the new performance degree, because it does have those options for hybrid, they'll go through that Theory 1 through 3 sequence, and then after that they're going into theory electives, which we actually don't call electives, we call them directed electives. So it's with very careful advising. We're a liberal arts, small liberal arts college. We do a lot of the advising of juniors and seniors, so we'll be able to, if they're going to grad school, you really need to go in to do this. But in terms of jazz and pop theory, or music education majors are now getting a choice between taking jazz and pop or going into the Theory 4 route. Form and analysis is both commercial and classical. I kind of switched that up this year. So, what was the other thing? Graduate school. I think, Don and I are putting in a new seminar this spring called Research Seminar, and that will be a specific course for those that are interested in undergraduate research and those that are going that route, so we can get them prepped. I have a text from Matthew Martin right now that's like, can you help me in graduate school? So, for his graduate exams. But when I look at our curriculum, in our theory sequence, so fundamentals, Theory 1, Theory 2, they're getting voice leading, they're getting cadences, they're getting phrase structure, they're getting all the things in there. It's very intentional about the creative projects and the rep. So every day we bring in those different types of repertoire. So I think with the curriculum, we talk about it a lot, and we also can substitute courses to best meet the needs of the student. So that grad question, because it's one or two of our students, it doesn't dictate all of what we do, but it's through those guided directed electives.
Just by the way, too, on the songwriting and production degrees, in the past it had been that you could do either a BM or a BA. The BM was obviously had more dictated music courses. The BA had more electives. We've now consolidated all the BAs into one BA, a BA in music, general BA in music. And so at our faculty retreat, I kept saying, I don't understand. And I still sort of don't understand, but I think we're in flux to a little bit more of a build your own, this is not a pedagogical term, but build your own burrito sort of an approach. Because we've already been doing this. We don't, like our director of instrumental studies is a film composer who's worked for Disney and Marvel and all these people, and he's got a cadre of young folks that are writing with the film department and all that stuff, but they're technically production majors, or maybe there's a piano major or whatever. So they've had to sort of put these things together, and it will really be interesting to see how we manage to figure out how many music history or how many theory 3 or jazz and pop or all these things as we go forward. And to some degree, even ensembles, figuring out who's going to be in what. I had a linchpin keyboardist last year that decided he was going to do jazz instead of commercial, and I was like, great. So I was happy for him.
We have about 4 minutes left, and at this point I'm going to inject myself into the conversation because I have a question, because our school at King University in Pittsburgh is in some ways similar to what you've done, and it's very interesting to me because we have a big music tech commercial music program that's been growing, and we need to really ask some of the same questions that you're asking. But one thing that really intrigued me is your cryptic and tantalizing allusions to animation and filmmaking. And it seems to me that you are a very collaborative-minded faculty, which I like very much. How do you work the visual arts of film, of video production, of animation? Because it seems like this is a very rich source of possibility here.
Primarily, we do what's called speed dating, where you put a bunch of students in a room and say, hey, go find a friend. But what we find is that our film department does a thing called a 5-minute film festival, where the structure is limited to 5 minutes. Animation and film majors can do that, so we see both projects. But has anybody watched a movie without the audio turned on? It's incredibly unsatisfying, and they work with our students to build scores and structures and songs, but even our fashion department comes and says, can you loan us 2 songwriters to write songs for these fashion releases that we're doing? So one of the benefits of being a smaller school is we have spent, instead of 20 years trying to get unsiloed, we have spent about 5, and in a lot of places we've been fairly successful in tearing down some of those walls. We've not written any music for the engineering department that I'm aware of, so there are still some silos. You do have a thing for that? But it is the great thing about it all being under a single college umbrella. The dean is very motivated to put everybody in a room and say, hey, let's do something fun. And it's rewarded, and it's organic. I would love to say we had a ton to do with it, but it's more, we get asked questions. It's like, hey, what's empty time code? Oh dear, why are you asking me that question? Well, they finished this film and sent it to me, and they need hits at these certain points for cues. And it's like, okay, let's step through that from the beginning. Let's sit down over a cup of coffee. Bring me what you've got for roughs from this guy, and we just kind of help them walk through the process. So I don't know how much of the credit we can take for that, but I think also it's because they see us doing it. And I think modeling that for the students is probably the first big step.
I think that's what I would say is key. There's so Ben Blasco, our director of instrumental studies, did arrangements for this, for Tommy Prophet, had a big Christmas show, and he did these 65-piece orchestra, I think. And he said, I'll do it, but on a condition that I can use some of my students. And so they were heavily involved. I just did a reading of the first act of the new show I'm writing, and we had 3 of our commercial students sing demos, and then when we did the reading, 2 of the graduate acting acting students were in the reading. And so some of that is just because I'm actively making things, as are many of our faculty members, and so there's some sort of, it's handy.
Okay, well, unfortunately we are out of time, but I want to thank our panelists, and please join me for their time and all their dedication and courage. So here's a hand to Elizabeth.
So I'll read nice and slow, make it a half hour. I'll repeat the last word of every sentence.
All right, we'll get started with our last pre-dinner session of the day. So we are talking about autonomy and assessment curricular redesign. Our first speaker will be David Orbeck. David is an instructor of music theory at Butler University and a PhD candidate in music theory at Indiana. He holds degrees in music theory from Southern Adventist University and the Ohio State University. The topic of his dissertation is the music of Brian Ferneyhough. He has presented research on pedagogy, the music of Elizabeth McConkie, and mathematical music theory at regional, national, and international conferences. David serves as an editorial assistant for Music Theory Spectrum and has served as co-editor for Indiana Theory Review and the chair of the Technology Committee for Music Theory Midwest. And today he'll be sharing about his experience with ungrading in the music theory classroom. Let's welcome David.
My presentation today is about an alternative assessment practice that I used this year in my music theory classes. But before I get to what I did, I want to explain why I did it. To begin, I want to tell you a story about a computer course I took in college that I think illustrates some of the ways that traditional grading fails us. In this computer course, most of the grade was determined by a series of quizzes and exams. The quizzes were offered online and used multiple choice and true-false questions. And you could take those quizzes as many times as you wanted, and after each attempt, you would get a list of which answers you had gotten incorrect, and then you could try it again. The in-person exams consisted entirely of questions from these online quizzes. Oops, sorry. Okay. With this knowledge, I developed a strategy to ensure I would get an A in this computer class. The first time I took each quiz, I would give my best guess on each question. As I went, I would record the question number and my answer in a notebook, and then once I got the grade for that first attempt,
I would make a note of which questions I'd gotten wrong. Then I would take the quiz again, making sure to give the same answer for each question except for those that I'd gotten wrong. After a few iterations of this, I could, without fail, achieve 100% on each quiz. And then all I had to do to prepare for the exams was to memorize these quiz questions. I didn't even have to actually understand the concepts. All I needed to know was the answers for each question. I could even know as little as, like, this question, the answer was always C, like that's the level we're talking about. My method worked. I was able to earn an A in that course. But as I hope is obvious, I learned pretty much nothing in the process. Several years later, I actually did develop an interest in computers, but nothing I learned in that course had stuck. I think this story shows two problems with traditional grading. First, grades don't assess learning. I got an A in that computer course, but my grade had nothing to do with my knowledge of the course content. Second, grades cause students to focus on the wrong things. If I'd cared about learning anything in that computer course, I would have tried to understand concepts rather than just memorizing answers. The issue was partly that I didn't care about the course content at the time, but more importantly, I cared more about my grade than about learning. The failure of grades to actually measure learning is something I'm sure we've all experienced. Just think of the students you've had in your courses that have ostensibly passed the prerequisites, but seem completely unprepared. Part of the reason this happens is because, as mathematicians David Clark and Robert Talbert point out, the way we calculate final grades isn't even statistically meaningful. As they put it, quote, computing averages of the categorical data called grades makes no more sense than averaging zip codes. There's also an enormous body of research on the effect of grades on learning that supports the conclusions from my story. Here's Alfie Cohn's concise summary of this huge body of literature. Quote, when students from elementary school to college who are led to focus on grades are compared with those who aren't, the results support three robust conclusions. Grades tend to diminish students' interest in whatever they're learning, grades create a preference for the easiest possible task, and grades tend to reduce the quality of students' thinking. End quote. All three of these were exactly true for me in that computer course. I hope it's clear that assessment is not just a neutral practice. If we're really concerned with helping our students learn, it's time to stop taking for granted the way that we grade. I began my journey into alternative assessment last summer. By August, I decided that I was going to move as far away from traditional grading practices as I could. In the remainder of this presentation, I'll explain the alternative assessment practice I used this past academic year, share some results about how it went, and discuss some thoughts about what to do next. So to begin, let me provide a bit of information about my teaching context. I teach at Butler University in Indianapolis, which is a small private liberal arts university with about 5,500 students, of which about 150 to 200 are music majors. Most music students are undergraduates majoring in music education or performance. We also have a small graduate program that offers master's degrees. I'm one of two full-time theory faculty, and I have essentially total control over my content and policies in my courses. My courses generally range in size from about 10 to 25 students, and I don't have any help with grading. I taught 6 courses this past academic year: Theory 3, Form and Analysis, and the Graduate Theory Review in the fall, and Theory 2, Theory 4, and the Graduate Tonal Analysis course in the spring. And I used essentially the same assessment model in each course. I had 2 goals for my new assessment model: for students to be able to assess their learning, and for students to forget about grades and focus on learning for its own sake. But because my institution does require final grades, I still needed a way of determining those grades. Based on my research into alternative assessment practices, I decided to build my assessment model around gradeless feedback and self-assessment, something that has come to be known as ungrading. What I came up with is heavily indebted to practices described in books that you see here by Starr Sackstein, Susan Bloom, and Jesse Stommel, among many others. As Stommel and others note, ungrading is not a single unified practice. In Stommel's words, ungrading is the act of, quote, raising an eyebrow at grades as a systemic practice, distinct simply from not grading, end quote. So here's what I did this year. I still asked students to complete assignments, projects, and even occasional quizzes, but instead of grading these assessments with numbers or letters, I would only provide them with detailed feedback. I set deadlines for assignments and projects, but there was no penalty for submitting them late. I also encouraged students to revise and resubmit assignments. I didn't grade attendance or participation either. There were thus no points or letter grades attached to anything in my courses. To determine final grades, I had students choose their own grades that they felt best represented their learning through a process of self-assessment. And I've included some details, extra details about self-assessment and many other things in a supplementary handout that I'll have a link to at the very end. Now to some results. I'll begin with quantitative data about final grades, attendance, and submissions, and then turn to some qualitative data from student comments and from my experience. One thing you might be wondering is if students are choosing their own final grades, won't they just all give themselves A's? And in short, the answer is no. And here are some charts with some data to support this. These charts show the grade distributions for all my courses this academic year. Note that I've aggregated together all varieties of letter grades with the same letter. So for example, if you look at the chart in the top left corner, this shows that 47% of final grades in Theory 3 were some kind of A, 38% were some kind of B, 12% were some kind of C, and about 3% were F's. So while it's true that A's are in fact the majority of the grades in all of my courses this year, some students did give themselves B's and C's. All of the F's were grades that I had to give students who had never submitted anything and had stopped attending class by the end of the semester. For some context, this slide compares the grade distributions for 3 courses from this year with distributions from the same courses the year before when I was using the traditional grading scheme. I'm struck by just how similar the distributions are. To draw a conclusion from this admittedly small sample size, it seems to me that student-chosen grades are not significantly higher than traditionally assigned grades. I don't know if any studies have explored such comparisons with larger sample sizes, but ultimately I'm not sure that such a comparison is really that important anyway because I don't think that traditional grades are measuring learning. I don't have any data comparing attendance this year versus last year, but my intuitive sense is that it was actually largely better this year. There are definitely some exceptions, though. There were a few students in most of my courses that missed a significant number of classes, and in Theory 4, which is our post-tonal course, I had about the consistently worst attendance of any course I probably have ever taught. There was one day, in fact, where no one showed up until 5 minutes after the start of class. I will say, though, that I heard from several colleagues that attendance was a problem in many of their courses, too, even if they were grading attendance. This slide compares the number of missing submissions in courses this year versus last year. For each course, as you can see, there were more missing submissions this year, with Theory 4 once again being the most striking in that regard. While I don't have any data on the timeliness of submissions this year versus last year, my sense is that there were far more late submissions overall. For example, there were some people who didn't turn in midterm projects until almost the end of the semester, and in Theory 4, almost nobody turned in their final project on time, but they did get it eventually. I'll turn now to some qualitative data derived from student comments and my own perspective. I collected student comments from their final self-assessments and as well as my course evaluations. Of those students that commented about assessment, most thought the assessment model worked pretty well for them. The most common positive students cited were that it helped them focus on learning, it fostered a growth mindset, it caused them to learn more deeply, it created a less stressful environment that was more conducive to learning, and that they appreciated the flexibility that it allowed. There were some students that didn't like the assessment model, however. By far the most common complaint in this regard was that it was difficult to complete the assigned work. And the reason for this was that many students reported that because all their other courses had strict deadlines that were enforced with grades, they ended up putting the work for my course on the back burner. A few students also mentioned that they were a bit anxious because they didn't always have a strong sense of how they were doing in the course day to day, and some students also said that they found it either problematic or kind of difficult to assess themselves. Here's one student comment that I think nicely articulates some of the most common pros and cons I've outlined here, and there's lots more comments in the supplemental handout, which there'll be a link to later. Quote, I enjoyed the way that you gave feedback on our assignments. I found myself reading your what you commented multiple times to gain an understanding of what I could do better for future assignments. I was skeptical at first of not having grades, but I think it actually did attribute to my learning. It pushed me to just give my true and honest thoughts when writing about a piece, because I would get feedback on what I could do better rather than me just trying to check off boxes on assignments. This grading system does a great job of incorporating the growth mindset. The one problem I struggled with was actually turning in the assignments on time. This would give me more meaningful feedback and would have helped me grow even more from the class. End quote. From my perspective, I'd say my assessment model this year was a mixed success. I was delighted to hear about how it made some students less stressed and helped them learn more. And I also saw positive changes in my relationship with students, my own feelings toward the work of teaching, and the way I thought about running my courses. I found that I felt more like a coach to students this year than the adversary I'd often felt like in the past. Before, I'd often felt distant from students because of the amount of power I held over them in the form of grades. When I put students in charge of determining their final grade, I felt that this dynamic changed. I, of course, still had a role to play in whether or not they learned something, but ultimately the responsibility was theirs, and I was there to help them, not to judge them. I also felt that my work as a teacher had more meaning. By the end of last year, I was burned out, and I had enough doubts about the value of my work that I was seriously thinking of leaving academia. While there have still been hard days this year, and I still have ethical concerns about academia in general, I didn't feel that I was actively harming my students this year. I also felt I could be much more flexible in how I designed and implemented my courses. I didn't have to have rubrics for everything, so I could let students design their own projects and have options for how they completed assignments. While my courses had learning objectives, I didn't always have to be thinking in terms of how I would assess those objectives. I also found that ungrading made it easier to accommodate all the complexities of real life during the semester. I didn't have to make any accommodations for students with documented disabilities because pretty much every aspect of my courses were inherently flexible already. Finally, there were students who were able to pass my courses this year that I think would have failed a course that used traditional assessment. I think this is a good thing. Attendance and/or assignment submission was an issue for all of these students. But in each case, I was confident that they had met the learning outcomes based on the work that they were able to submit and their self-assessments. Could these students have learned more from attending more classes and completing more assignments? I'm sure. But ultimately, the whole point of assessment is to see if learning is happening, and it certainly was in these cases. Now, on to some things that were challenging for me that I would want to address in the future. First, there were issues with attendance, as I already said. I'm not worried about students missing a day here or there, but when students miss several classes, this obviously impacts their learning. Moreover, absences also impact those who do attend because it makes discussions harder and there are fewer perspectives to learn from. Another issue was all the late and missing submissions. I don't think it's a problem if students submit assignments or projects a few days late. In fact, it's sometimes helpful for me, honestly. I also don't think it's necessarily a problem if some students don't submit every assignment. But I do need to address students' self-identified issue of wanting to do the work but not having the bandwidth because there's no grade. Lastly, particularly at the end of the spring semester, there were some students who I wasn't sure had met the course learning outcomes and were ready to pass the course, but they did give themselves passing grades on their final self-assessment. This presented me with a challenge. Do I trust these students and give them the grade that they chose, or was it my job to intervene? But anyway, I was honestly in a lot of turmoil over this. These borderline students were all in Theory 2, and my concern was whether or not they were really ready to move on to Theory 3. In cases like this, Saxton and others recommend having frank conversations with students, so that's what I did. I had a short meeting with each of them. I expressed my concern about their readiness for Theory 3, and I asked them honestly if they felt they had enough of a handle on the material to keep up next semester. Each student said that they felt they were ready, and they also committed to doing some work over the summer to review, so I gave them all the passing grades that they'd chosen. Now, some of you are probably thinking, well, of course they gave themselves passing grades. Who's going to really hold themselves back? And I was worried about this too, but I think that ultimately this kind of mistrust is a byproduct of the grading mindset. An ungraded course is different. In my experience, ungrading creates an environment where students are honest about their shortcomings. I have truly been amazed by students' frankness and honesty in their self-assessments this year. And so maybe it's naive of me, but I really do believe that a student in an ungraded course would give themselves a failing grade if they weren't ready to move on. So having completed this one-year experiment, what will I do next year? Honestly, I'm not quite sure at this point. I truly do believe that the traditional grading system is fundamentally broken, and I don't think I could in good conscience go back to it. Even if some students didn't like ungrading, I do feel like it's my responsibility to guide them toward what I believe is better for their learning. However, if I'm trusting students to assess themselves, and I do, then I ought to trust the students that say that this didn't work for them. I do think there could be ways of addressing the most common complaints while still ungrading, but I haven't quite figured out how to do that yet. Another idea I've had is to transition to something that is more of a middle ground, something like standards-based grading or specifications grading. I do think that both of these models are an improvement on traditional assessment, and they are more likely to actually assess learning. But I'm not sure that either goes far enough to address some of the deeper moral and philosophical issues that I have with grading. And this leads me, in conclusion, to what I think is my real takeaway from this experiment. As I've reflected back on this year over the past few weeks, I've begun to wonder if perhaps some of the issues I encountered were a result of trying to implement ungrading within the status quo. Stommel makes a striking claim on this point. Quote, "There is nothing ideologically neutral about grades, and there is nothing ideologically neutral about the idea that we can neat and tidily do away with grades. We can't simply take away grades without re-examining all of our pedagogical approaches." End quote. That all is what I want to focus on for a second. I often felt like I was rethinking everything this year, but now that I've thought about it, how far did I really go? If you would come into my classroom on any given day this year, I'm not sure you would necessarily have noticed anything particularly different. I'd taken out grades, but most everything else was the same. According to Clark and Talbert, grades as we know them are products of the American university during the 19th century. And the timing there is no accident. This is the time when education was becoming industrialized. And we continue to operate on that industrial model today. As they put it, quote, "Traditional grading practices have remained not because they have stood the test of time and are the logical endpoint of centuries of mindful refinement, but primarily because they are useful, efficient, scalable, interoperable, particularly so for the large bureaucracies that educational systems have become." End quote. Grades are thus tied up with the idea that education can be standardized and mass-produced, with the idea that education is a commodity that can be sold for profit, with the idea that knowledge is something that can be deposited neatly from the mind of the teacher into the mind of the students, to borrow Paulo Freire's banking metaphor. And even more troubling, with the idea that a college education was something only for certain types of people. As Kathy Davidson and Christina Kalafotis point out, many of the men who were instrumental in shaping the American university during the 19th century were card-carrying eugenicists. Clearly then, grades are only one aspect of a much larger and more problematic conception of education. But, as Sean Michael Morris writes, quote, "At the foundation of ungrading lies something that should change school entirely, the suggestion that ranking and evaluation and the concomitant expertise of the ranker or the evaluator is entirely an optional way of viewing things. Ungrading should, when it's done, rearrange the room, placing the teacher in amongst the students, dismantling the podium, rewriting textbooks such that the class itself becomes the text, and the rubric for comprehension of that text no less than a steady engagement with one another." End quote. So while it's true that getting rid of grades alone will fix everything, I think maybe the end of grading could be the beginning of something much bigger. As a field, we've begun to rethink so many aspects of the ways that we conceive of education. But as long as we let grades continue to limit us, we can only go so far. My new assessment practice this year certainly wasn't perfect, and I have a lot of thinking to do before August. But I hope you've seen that the world didn't end when I stopped grading, and above all, I hope you'll consider reassessing assessment so that you can truly be free to rethink all of your pedagogical practices. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, we'll repeat it back.
Oh, okay. I'm not very loud. I'm in an institution where
At your institution, there's the ability to take a class pass-fail or satisfactory, unsatisfactory, and so maybe like what you were suggesting is having a set of like minimum requirements, like you have to have done these things to pass the course, and then past that point, you get to choose A, B, C. Is that a good summary? Great. Okay. So yes, I really like that idea a lot. I think that's great. I have also wanted to look into the possibility of just offering my courses pass-fail, quite frankly, because I just think the whole ranking thing is just kind of obviously you can't just take it away within the system as it is now, because people depend on GPAs, and this just died. Apologies. Maybe I'll switch to the other one. Let's see if this one still has battery. Is this one working? Test. Okay, yes. So anyway, I thought about maybe just moving to pass-fail anyway, if that's a possibility. But yes, I mean, I did have learning outcomes for all my courses, and so there was sort of that structure there, but maybe just not quite as formal. So yeah, thank you. I think that's a great suggestion.
Yeah, thanks for the great talk. I'm curious how much sort of individual, like sort of contact you with students when you're doing this, because one of the things that just getting students to be more reflective about their own work is very challenging to do, and like I'm just going to submit my paper to you. And I'm curious how much work you did with that throughout the semester.
Yeah, so the question was about how much like kind of one-on-one student interaction I had and how I kind of got them to be more reflective about their work. So what I would do for each assessment is I would give them a lot of detailed feedback. I actually have a quick example that's way too small for you to read, but like this is like kind of the amount and kind of feedback that I would give. So I would like go through and comment on like in this kind of harmonic analysis context, like here are the errors, here's what I would address, and then I have kind of a longer summative comment that gives like actionable feedback. And then as far as like for larger projects, I would meet with students one-on-one for like 10 minutes in a preliminary stage of their project to kind of check in like how are things going and kind of give them some actionable things that I thought would improve it. So I think that's always something that we could all do more of, but like there's just not enough time. I mean, I just had so many. I had like 70 students total this semester, so it was just the whole year basically. So yeah, I mean, I basically tried to do as much as I could, and a lot of that looked like feedback on submissions.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
Like doing like a midterm and a final checkup, you should talk to Patricia Bird, people please, or something. She's had really good success using ungrading with that sort of dialogic approach, because you get these checkpoints with students and they can use that time to be more reflective than you typically get from like asking them to follow.
Yeah, and so I did that kind of thing, like midterm self-assessment, checking in how are things going so far, and then at the end, and you can see at least the final version in the handout, which I can go back to there. Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, David. Great. So I'm just wondering, you mentioned a little bit, but can you go talk more about just what your subjective feeling was about student work at the end of it? How did it compare from one year to the next?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the question was about my kind of subjective sense of the quality or, you know, just students' work this year versus last year. And I would say, obviously exceptions, but I'd say when students had freedom, like particularly to design their projects and choose something that they were interested in and to work on it for a while in stages, I think there were some really impressive projects this year. Not that I've never gotten impressive projects before, but yeah, I would say in general, I think when people have that kind of buy-in and are doing something for the intrinsic value, which many students said specifically they felt they were able to do, I do think that improved the quality of the work that people did this year. Yeah, Anna?
Thank you so much. This is so rich and it's given me so much to think about. I wanted to ask about how you compare students to grade themselves. I will tell you where my motivation for this question has come from. It's coming from a class that you took with me where I tried to use contact grading.
Yes.
And I had to really prepare, only
question. So the question was about what kind of work I do to prepare students for self-assessment, like how do I kind of guide them in that process. And yeah, I think this was one area where I could have done a lot more, and I think it would have helped a bit. I didn't do a whole lot, except for like at the beginning of the semester we had kind of conversations in class about kind of like, well, as I introduced the grading system, I kind of talked about like what is the point of assessment and those kinds of things. And then as we got towards the end of the semester, I did have a day where in every class this semester, I had a day where we kind of talked about like, what sorts of things would you want to think about when you're assessing yourself at the end of the semester? Like what kinds of things should you take into consideration? My original idea was actually to kind of collectively create kind of guidelines for the grades at the end of the semester. It didn't quite work as well in practice as I hoped, so I sort of ended up making just like a super vague set of guidelines, and you can see them in the handout, but it's just basically like, what I was wanting them to do specifically though, was to focus on their learning and not on how many things did you complete, or how often did you speak up in class, or what have you. So that was something I did try to emphasize, and I linked them to an article kind of about metacognition and the importance of it, but I mean, I really honestly didn't do that much. I think that was a shortcoming for sure. So something to improve in the future is to think about how to scaffold this difficult thing, right? It's so hard to assess yourself. So I think that's where feedback comes in. So it's not like at the end of the semester they're just like, well, I kind of feel like an A was, no, I mean, like they've consistently all semester had like, I hope, constructive and very actionable feedback on what was working and what wasn't. And so hopefully they had a sense for kind of how they had been progressing all semester. But great question. Okay, there's so many, I don't know how to choose. Okay, sure.
Okay, so you talked about those tricky cases where you felt like students maybe were grading themselves a little more highly than they should. Did you have also tricky cases where you felt like students were grading them lower than perhaps, because I find sometimes my students, when I have to do self-assessment type activities, they think they're much worse at something than
Yeah, so the question was, do students think are they too hard on themselves when they self-test? And the answer is definitely yes. And so I know some people who ungrade will have conversations both ways. If a student, they feel it's being too hard on themselves, they'll chat with them for a minute and say like, here, I think this is why I better grade. I didn't opt to do that because I didn't feel like anybody was like drastically undervaluing. If they had, I might have just bumped it up. Or sometimes students would give themselves like, I don't know, B+ or A-, and in that case I would usually opt for the higher one, quite frankly, but depending on what I felt like. But yeah, I definitely think it happens. This is a criticism that I've read very, very recently in an article, criticizing ungrading is that a lot of the people who tend to be too hard on themselves come from particular demographics, and that's something that's really important to be thinking about. So absolutely a conversation to have for sure.
Please join me in thanking David. We'll be able to continue these conversations at dinner and so forth as well. And continuing in a similar vein, Mitchell O'Runner is an associate professor of music theory at the University of Denver, where he teaches the second year of the course sequence, seminars on multiple point, music theory, pedagogy, rhythm, meter, and property music analysis, and non-major courses on hip-hop and the psychology of music preference. His book, Flow, the Rhythmic Voice and Rap Music, received the SMT's Wallace Berry Book Award in 2022. Other writings can be found in Music Theory Online, Empirical Musicology Review, Journal of New Music Research, and several edited handbooks. From 2020 to 2022, he served as the editor-in-chief of Music Theory Online. And Mitchell will be talking today about how far can learner autonomy go. Please join me in welcoming Mitchell.
Can everyone hear all right? Yeah. I'm very happy to be at this conference. I was at the Santa Barbara edition of this conference. I think it's one of the best things in our field. Thanks for coming to the paper. So, to begin at the beginning, what is an autonomous learner? An autonomous individual enjoys the right to self-governance. This definition leads to one construal of learner autonomy, which I'll call the freedom construal. The fully autonomous learner takes an active role, or even the sole role, in all matters of curricular design and execution. Another construal of learner autonomy focuses not on matters of present course design, but on future self-education, and I'll call it the future construal. I've long prioritized a future construal, and I view my teaching as an attempt to instill educational values students might retain throughout their lifespan. These values in the music theory context include an ability to translate musical ideas into language, a willingness to engage with new genres and the communities who make them, and a discernment that sees the traces of ideology in musical discourse. Living these values requires persistent self-education as an adult, and the freedom construal treats autonomy in course design as practice for later self-education following graduation. Specifically, according to McCaskill and Taylor, students with the capacity for self-learning are those who, quote, take responsibility for their own learning, are motivated to learn, gain enjoyment from their learning, are open-minded, manage their time well, plan effectively, meet deadlines, are happy to work on their own, display perseverance when encountering difficulties, and are low in procrastination when it comes to their own work. And I know all of our classrooms are full of Because of its relation to lifelong learning and because of the lingering attachment to self-reliance in the United States, most educators view learner autonomy positively, but the concept has problematic aspects. The freedom construal of learner autonomy presents stark practical challenges. If learners are calling all the shots, there might not be room in a course for more than one autonomous learner. And these two construals are not necessarily linked. On the one hand, students can have wide latitude in course design without developing capacities for self-directed learning. On the other hand, older generations who had scant input in course design nevertheless turned out lots of self-directed learners. And both construals posit political issues, understanding the political as the distribution of power. The notion of the autonomous learner shifts power towards the learner and away from the instructor, who in many cases has spent years honing expertise in making course-related decisions. Mindful of these issues, I set out brazenly around 2022 to maximize student autonomy in my upper division courses. My motivations were mainly selfish. I was trying to alleviate a disoriented period of burnout. Burnout is an ongoing risk to music theory instructors who often have more than our fair share of reluctant learners. Yes. This was compounded by the stress of the pandemic and costs rising faster than my paycheck and a sense of emptiness of finally gaining tenure, and I'm here to report on how it's going. In the remainder of this presentation, I'll describe some benefits to enhance learner autonomy that are specific to music theory, how I've rebuilt courses to center it, how students are reacting to these explorations, and how others in different institutional contexts might chart a similar path. Besides all the positive qualities usually ascribed to learner autonomy, I would argue that there are some that are more prominent in music theory. First, in all but the largest schools, music theory is a service area, teaching courses and degree programs designed and maintained by others. As such, and this will surprise no one here, music theory courses have many reluctant students who are uncommitted to advancing the course's aims. Increasing learner autonomy mitigates this reluctance. Put simply, it's harder for students to oppose a course that they themselves have largely designed. Second, at least in my experience in smaller programs, the autonomy of music theory faculty to design courses as they see fit can be tenuous. I've stated my aspirations for teaching a moment ago, but I've had colleagues who don't share them, whether it's the composer who wants my course to address 20th century notated music, or the applied colleague who wants me teaching more Beethoven, or the education colleague who wants to align my course with a praxis exam. The gambit here is that if I enhance autonomy for students, I can more easily claim it for myself when necessary. Third, I believe learner autonomy is inversely proportional to paternalism in music theory pedagogy. By paternalism, I mean the persistent idea that theorists know what skills our students will need in the future, and thus if theory courses are difficult or stressful to some students, well, the juice is worth the squeeze. This is a thorny topic. On the one hand, the United States is experiencing a sustained and coordinated attack on expertise that I don't wish to further. On the other hand, theorists should probably exhibit more humility about our ability to describe and predict our students' quite varied future needs. A maximalist approach to learner autonomy, in a sense, acknowledges that learners are as likely as instructors to know where to direct their efforts. As a brief aside, I should describe the institutional characteristics of my employer. The University of Denver, we're part of like this genre of places that we're a private school that uses a geographical name to kind of give you the sense that we're a public school, but we're not, right? So you can think of the University of New Orleans, Seattle, there are so many of them. Okay, so the University of Denver is a private university on the 10-week quarter system with a sticker price of $83,000 a year, an average net price of attendance of around $44,000, and an acceptance rate of 78%. Within DU, the Lamont School of Music offers Bachelor of Music degrees in performance, composition, and production, but notably not the terminal bachelor degrees of like music education or therapy or industry. We also offer master's degrees in performance, composition, conducting, and pedagogy, and the academic disciplines, but notably we do not offer doctoral degrees. At an institutional level, DU tries to integrate music with the liberal arts, so many of our students are pursuing multiple majors or bachelor's programs. We also have a nationally recognized program for students with learning disabilities, so we probably attract more of those students, or at least the ones who can afford it, than most institutions. Our lower division theory and oral skills classes include around 30 students a year, divided into 2 sections. A few years ago, we did some desequencing based on ideas presented at this conference in 2019. We eliminated the 6th quarter of theory and oral skills, meaning the end of the 2nd year, and we replaced those credits with upper division electives. So the courses I'm about to describe have students 2nd year undergraduate through master's, all in the same room. My recent Learner Autonomy Enhanced courses allow learners to choose the specific topics we study and the means by which I assess their growth. The names of the courses have been Analytical Approaches to Popular Music and Theories of Rhythm and Meter, and these are 2 of my areas of expertise. At the core of each course is a grading contract that offers students more than a dozen deliverables they can provide to show growth, assigns weight to those deliverables based on the estimated hours of labor to produce them, and presumes that a very large portion of submitted work will receive a grade of A or A-. These courses thus emphasize laboring towards growth rather than meeting a set level of mastery, which means that I must be much more explicit about labor than I have been in the past. Following federal guidelines from the Obama-era Dear Colleague letters, my school, on paper at least, enforces a 2-to-1 ratio of time spent in class and out of class working towards course aims. I've seen many schools call for a 3-to-1 ratio. I've even seen Arizona State University suggest a 5-to-1 ratio for its online programs. Using the 2-to-1 ratio, I asked students to draw up contracts that account for 80 hours of work in our 10-week quarter that has 40 hours of instructional time. The crucial and often avoided question, of course, is how much work students should be expected to complete in 80 hours. In Table 1, I answer that question. Here, I assert that students, in terms of reading and writing, can be expected to read professional level scholarship at a rate of 9,000 words an hour, prepare a discussion of an article they've already read in 1 hour per 2,500 words, write and polish analytical prose at 250 words an hour, and review the work of their peers at 1,000 words an hour. In terms of musical transcription and composition, I assert students can transcribe a minute of music in 6 hours, compose a minute of music in 5, and create a minute of audiovisual content in 2 hours. There are so many issues with this table. I have not found rigorous observational studies to validate any of these figures except the reading speed figure, because there are plenty of people who are interested in how fast can people read. My own experience as a student, much less a professional, is certainly unrepresentative, and my students have obvious motivations to tell me that I'm lowballing the figures. Setting that issue aside, many of my students have accommodations for time and a half or even double time for exams. Should all these figures be reduced by 1/3 or 1/2 for such students? Wouldn't students' varied lived and prior educational experiences enable some of them to complete these tasks more quickly? I've pressed on despite these pitfalls. So, what are students doing in these courses? Table 2 lists 13 deliverables. I've looked for a less corporate sounding word than deliverables, and I have not found it. Okay. Table 2 lists 13 deliverables a student can include in their grading contract. These are divided into 5 categories: sharing existing scholarship, generating new scholarship, transcribing music, composing music, and enhancing the classroom community. I require students to choose at least one item for each category, so there goes some of their autonomy. I also require them to do the class readings and lead at least one article discussion, and I require the students in our master's degrees in music theory, musicology, or ethnomusicology to write a conference paper. So there goes some of their autonomy. Table 3 provides 3 sample contracts focused on students in composition, the academic disciplines, and performance. Along with the grading contract, another aspect of the ungrading approach in these courses is my use of very simple rubrics. Since I, like everyone else, I have to submit grades at the end of the term, the grades of A+, A-, B-, D+, and 0% can be assigned for work that is, respectively, exceptional, acceptable, mediocre, unacceptable, and non-existent. I provide very brief descriptions for the difference between acceptable and exceptional for each deliverable, but not for the other categories. Example 1 gives the rubric statements for article presentations, and example 2 shows a bar plot of the scores I assigned to deliverables in the first quarter I used this system. Except for work not submitted, I deemed all but 5 deliverables acceptable or exceptional. Though this approach to grading, which probably strikes someone in this room as criminally negligent, but through this approach, I hope to convey to students that they should pursue their best work under my guidance because, as J.J. Fuchs writes towards the beginning of Gradus ad Parnassum, learning is its own reward. The deliverables are the means of assessment, but how do students determine the content of those deliverables? In the first 2-hour session of the course, I spend the first hour laying out what I think is the landscape of the field we're studying. I do this through narrating a mind map I create for the course, and example 3 shows the mind map for the rhythm and meter course, and I invite you to peruse this in the downloadable handout. I also enter the course with a large bibliography of potential readings, usually on the order of 150 articles and chapters. Example 4 shows an excerpt of the rhythm and meter bibliography. Each entry contains the bibliographic information, but also keywords for the concepts, geographies, or repertoires engaged by the work, the disciplinary affiliation of the author, the number of words in the article, and a rating from 1 to 5 given by students who have previously read the item. As an aside, Melissa Hope's student success in the first year for my pedagogy class has the highest rating. It is 4.83 out of 5.
Such a good article.
It is such a good article. With these mind maps, I hope students can see how their interests intersect with existing scholarship, or perhaps spark new areas of interest. And with the bibliographies, I hope to begin directing them towards that scholarship. The second hour of the first session is spent on a lengthy conversation in which each student discusses their strengths and weaknesses in relation to the field of study, and these are followed by one-on-one meetings during the second session of the course. So I've already given away 10% of the course before we even get started, really. By and large, students respond to this course format very positively. Relatedly, many of the aspects of teaching that I find unpleasant to torturous no longer exist in these courses. If someone has to justify the relevance of the topics we're studying, it's the students who chose them. Because so much class time goes towards advancing their own work in progress, they are less reluctant to participate and they report higher investment in their work. I am even living out the cliche of literally learning more than I teach. Burnout, in my experience, is a mysterious ailment, but something rekindled my enthusiasm for my work, and I suspect these courses played a part. Still, before I advocate that others adopt this approach, I want to name some hazards I've already encountered. In an end-of-term open discussion about the course, students have expressed 2 primary concerns. The first is that since everyone collaboratively determines the content of the course, it can feel like we're whipsawing between topics. More alarming was the response of one very dedicated student. Knowing that any attempt gets a pretty good grade diminished the motivation for them to do their best work. There are also inherent challenges in letting students choose their own topics of investigation. They don't know what they don't know, so they tend to choose what they do know. At the other end of the spectrum, I've had students engage in the course in bad faith. In my rhythm and meter course, an MM performance student proposed a conference paper on the different rhythmic possibilities of the natural versus valved horns, which didn't make a lot of sense to me, but I gave them the benefit of the doubt. What they submitted days before their graduation was a paper on the historical development of these instruments and their relative prevalence in today's orchestra. Is that paper an unacceptable D+, or is the paper they promised a non-existent 0%? Their ability to graduate on time came down to that single question. I feared that if I recorded a 0 and the student turned adversarial, someone in the university's administration would eventually overturn my decision, but not after a great amount of headache. So I recorded it unacceptable, and they graduated having made minimal growth in the topic of the course. is that learner autonomy, depending on the learner, can run counter to institutional initiatives in the areas of diversity, equity, and inclusion. While I would argue that the grading contract is a decisive step towards equity and inclusion, the impacts on diversity are less clear. As I've written about elsewhere, in the dreadful summer of 2020, I committed in my lower division music theory courses to no longer teach music written by individuals who were white and male and European and deceased. Yet overrepresented composers have reappeared in my upper division courses because they are of interest to students. Those students are still getting plenty of exposure to underrepresented composers elsewhere in our school, but I recognize that a maximalist approach to learner autonomy would also allow for an exclusionary curriculum if that's what the learner desired. So, master's students at the Lamont School now have greater autonomy in some of their elective courses, and because of desequencing, many of the undergraduates take those courses as well. How much further could it go? We've thought about further desequencing our curriculum, and my long-term hope, and not just for my own institution, is that the theory sequence focused on fundamentals in harmony and tonality shrinks to 1 year, addresses a broad swath of music, and accommodates a second year of more varied and elective courses. Even at that point, our students will still largely study classical music and often sit for entrance or licensure exams that presume they took traditional courses. So what are the prospects for autonomy in such courses? What about 200 student courses taught in large lectures with small sections led by inexperienced instructors? Honestly, I don't know, but I would argue that self-directed, intrinsically motivated learning is valuable, and that value does not necessarily depend on faculty assessment. So it's guided meditation time. Let's all take a deep breath. I'll wait. Imagine a large first-year course that asks students to write 7 analytical vignettes on different topics with whatever repertoire they chose, compose 3 one-minute pieces whose titles are theory vocabulary words, conduct a theory-focused interview with an older musician, and write reaction papers to some of the more accessible professional scholarship our discipline produces. Imagine spending class time largely in small groups sharing that work in progress, often with minimal instructor supervision. Imagine ungrading all those things primarily for completion. Let's take another deep breath. Such a course would be wild and maybe even chaotic, and plenty of instructors have all sorts of reasons for not teaching in this way. But that course wouldn't have the status quo's lack of student engagement, the not infrequent cheating, the grading drudgery, and the annual repetition of instruction. I'm not sure whether that first-year course would bring more students closer to the self-directed future learner we're all aiming to cultivate, but I'll buy a beer or a fancy cheese or bouquet of flowers for anyone willing to try it. Thank you.
Really nice. I was thinking, I don't know if I'm projecting on this, but have you looked into like specifications grading? Because a lot of what you're talking about seem very similar to kind of some of those designs.
Yeah, very briefly, and not as much as I should. And I kind of feel like I've just like felt my way. Of course, I felt my way to things that people are already doing, right? Yeah. So, in what way does this sound like specifications grading?
Sort of the different categories, and students can kind of choose, and there's like a system where they're like this amount of thing. I mean, you've kind of quantized it in terms of like hours.
Yeah.
Where sometimes people use point systems or different kind of like eight numbers in this category, things like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm very amenable to that approach. A lot of this for me, you know, as someone who tends to think systematically, I get so annoyed at how we undervalue just the time we ask from students, right? I think of them as full-time students who work 40 hours a week on their studies. And, you know, so of course, like everyone else, I have colleagues who have 0 credit ensembles that rehearse 8 hours a week. So for me, I want to be able to say to my colleagues, no, we actually need to like take time seriously and not take what is produced seriously, but just say, if you spend 80 hours thinking about this material, you have done the job. Yeah, Tim.
Can you talk a little bit about I'm assuming you're focused on the outside of class stuff. These are assignments in the sense of these are things there's leader discussion, right? Which is
Right.
in class. Can you talk about in class a little bit?
Yeah, so probably something like a third of class time is spent on the class collaboratively trying to move people's projects forward. So there are lots and lots of hours of class where it's just who's working on an essay, what is your essay about, what kind of progress can all of us together make. Like for instance, this class happened today without me, right? So, and they would, presumably, they moved the work forward. So the class is basically 2/3 article discussion. Of course, that brings a lot of music repertoire in, right? Because there's music in the articles. And 1/3 either presenting, finished student work at the end, or writing workshops, peer review, brainstorming, all that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So just off of that, because like reading scholarship was part of your stuff, but then you also have articles that they need to read for class. So is it that like the articles that you're having everybody read in class not count towards the 80 hours of
the read materials for class number 7? Everyone has to do that, and everyone gets 30 hours for doing it.
Got it. All right, thank you.
And then I make sure that I assign 30 times 9,000 words of reading.
Right.
Wow.
Because I'm very fastidious.
Could you theorize how this might translate to oral skills?
Not really.
As equivalent, I'm thinking about the student who comes in and can't match pitch, and they spend 700 hours in the practice room, and they do figure out how to match pitch by the end of the semester, but maybe that's all they've learned. And that's a lot.
Yeah.
But then I have a student who could sight read anything I give them the first day of class, and can still sight read anything I give them the last day of class, and don't actually put any work into it.
Right. So, yeah, I think oral skills probably throws a lot of these issues into sharper relief than the kind of classes that I'm teaching. There's a philosophical orientation where you'd have to say, like, it takes 80 hours to learn to match pitch. That's time well spent. And there's an aspect of trust where you have to say, if students design their own courses and you have someone who's already got quite a bit of experience, you have to trust them to figure out ways that they're going to move their skills forward, even if they don't have to. But certainly, there's so much individual assessment that goes on in oral skills. I don't teach oral skills, and it happened for nearly a decade, so I'm a little bit out of my depth at this point. But I can see where this would be harder in oral skills. Yeah.
Could I kind of respond to both, actually? I was just thinking if the student is trying to match pitch, then they shouldn't be in oral skills 5, for example. So oral skills 1, what is the class, what are the objectives, then they put in the time and they're good to go, right? So, I think that, and then sometimes maybe the student is not as far along as somebody else, but they're still okay to go to the next level, and then they get that momentum going and they take off and they do better. Some people have a slower start, and that's a different thing, and they're going to tank if they go further into the curriculum. So I think the objectives of the course determine whether their work, not just the hours that they put in, but what they accomplished with those hours is important. So that they're not stressed out going forward, right? To be a help to them.
Right. I think the emphasis on objectives of the course, that's a very sequenced way of thinking about teaching music theory. Of course, I teach in a sequence as well.
Yeah.
That's an assumption that we've all made that we could let go of, right? We don't have to teach theory as a sequence. And if you're not teaching as a sequence, if it's not there's some course I need to prepare them for next, then you're kind of at sea. There's not always immediate outcomes that just present themselves in courses. And you find yourself in a situation where you might say students who are making efforts on whatever they're making efforts on should get credit for making those efforts. And we shouldn't all have to come together to decide on a common set of outcomes that each of us is going to accomplish in this course. Because that's restrictive. We could let go of that. I understand that I teach smaller courses. I'm in a different institutional context, so I'm quite sensitive that this could be a train wreck. I went to Indiana University as a graduate student, and I participated in very, very large courses there, and I don't know how it would work out. Is anyone tempted?
rest of the beer.
As nice as you want. Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on, sometimes I have entire 15-minute periods where I don't say anything because the students are working together collaboratively.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on how those are like the best class periods for the students, but the most boring for me, versus the ones that are most exciting for me, where I get to really like talk through things and the other sponges are probably like the least good for them, but the most exciting for me to teach? Like, thoughts on that balance?
Yeah, so in these classes, I can have a hard time getting a word in edgewise, which is very strange, right? I don't sit at the front of the room, and there are times when I think like, you know, I'm committed to not interrupting students when they're speaking, and there are times it's like, no, there's an issue here, I could untangle this in 2 sentences, and then they just keep talking and it just gets away from me. So I have not often, but I've sometimes thought like, my students probably are not getting as much from me in these courses as other students have in the past. And that's just one of the trade-offs. But you know, the idea that you're buying intrinsic motivation and self-motivated learning, like what are you willing to spend to get that outcome? And I've decided I'm willing to spend quite a lot.